Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Our program will begin in 10 minutes.
Hi, this is John Hope Bryant, founder of Operation Hope. Welcome to the Hope Global Forum 2021 annual meeting, Meeting the Moment. What do we mean by this? Well, the moment has met us, hasn't it? 2020, social justice reckoning for Black America that's 400 years in the making, the largest unemployment crisis since the Great Depression, the biggest pandemic in 125 years, the Spanish flu, an attack on our democracy and the Capitol, which left all of us harmed and damaged at the soul level, questioning ourselves for the first time. The moment has met us, but can we meet the moment? And we can come back, not just back, but better. That's what I'm betting on. Coming back better. That means expanding the table and adding a chair. That means more opportunity for all. That means investing in Black businesses, investing in women, Latinos, Asians, Indians. That means reimagining everything. America's not a country, she's an idea. And we can make her anything we want. We're sitting in a moment in history, but history does not feel historic when you're sitting in it. It just feels like another day. But that does not mean the moment is not historic, and that does not mean you're not a history maker. At Operation Hope, we believe social justice can be viewed through an economic lens. I want this Hope Global Forum to be a demarcation point. I want the Hope Global Forum annual meeting to be a candle lighting ceremony for hope and opportunity. I want us to pivot from fear to belief. I want us to pivot from what we're against, including against each other, to what we're for. I want us to understand that we are better together, and that a society that embraces diversity and inclusion is not only a moral society, it's also a smart society. This is my calling, my mission, and my hope for the Hope Global Forum annual meeting 2021. Come here, get reinvigorated, and go out and change the world.
Please welcome our Mistress of Ceremonies, President of Linton Media and Finance and iHeart broadcast personality, Maggie Linton.
Good morning, everybody. Are you ready to roll? Ready for more financial knowledge? We're so glad you're here for the 2021 edition of the Hope Global Forums. And it's their annual meeting, and it's so good to see all of you out there in person. And I know there are hundreds of thousands of people watching around the world. So thank you for joining us. The last time we were together at the Hyatt Regency Atlanta was in May of 2019. So much has changed since then, and we're going to talk about it. So we're not going to waste any time. You all are sitting here. We're ready to roll. To get us started, we have one of the world's most brilliant leaders who's going to share some groundbreaking research with us. Please welcome the chairman and director of the McKinsey Global Institute, James Manyika, and one of my favorite financial reporters, CNBC's Frank Holland.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing today? All right, trying to keep it chill in the morning. I understand. Really excited to be here. James, really glad to have you here. I think we're understating this gentleman. Has done some great research just about Black people, the workplace, how things have changed since George Floyd over the last year and a half or so. His report was actually very crucial for me. I went to go to the Black Wall Street anniversary in Tulsa just a few months ago. Some of this data was really groundbreaking and was really just a fresh look at how Black people are really fitting into the workplace and how we're going to fit into the workplace in the future. Anybody here who's Black and working, you should pay attention, seriously. We're going to begin right now. James, so glad to have you here. I wish you were here in person, but I know you're going to bring the energy via satellite or Zoom, whatever we're using nowadays. So I think the big question here is, what is the current state of the Black worker today in October of 2021?
Well, thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. And I think what I was going to start by, first of all, is to talk about what is happening what is the state of the present and future of work. And then I think you and I are going to have a conversation specifically about the Black community and Black workers and the state of Black America specifically. But let me start by talking about the present and future of work. And I'm going to show some slides and pictures just to animate the conversation that we're going to have, if I may. So if you could bear with me, I'm going to share my screen, and hopefully you can all see that.
I believe we can. Thank you.
Well, let me start there. I think one of the things we need to keep in mind is that a lot has been happening both before COVID, during COVID, and after COVID. And I think it's important just to step back and think about what is changing the nature of work, both today and into the future. So first of all, we have these disruptive technology innovations. We have AI and automation, we're digitizing the economy. All of these things are having a big impact. Second, the economy itself has actually been changing quite a bit for the last 2 decades, actually, even before COVID, and we'll talk a little bit about that, but in ways that have a profound impact on work. Then, of course, COVID happened, and COVID both triggered but also accelerated things that were already underway with regards to work. And then I think as we look forward, I think it's important to remember that we still have climate change, the specter of climate change, and I think that's also going to have some very important and profound impacts on work as we know it and as we think about it. So that's a bit of a backdrop. But what I wanted to do is to make, if you like, 10 observations about the present and future of work, and then we can have a conversation. So let me start with that. And by the way, it's important to keep in mind that these observations were true before COVID, are still true during COVID. Some of them have happened during COVID, and quite frankly, most of them, unless we do something about it, will continue even post-COVID. So the first one is the fact that we've had an economy where inequality has increased. There's been tremendous wage stagnation, and quite frankly, the labor markets and the job markets are very polarized. Let me show that a little bit. If you look at wealth inequality has actually soared in the last 10, 20 years. And it's particularly acute for Blacks and African Americans. And I'll come to that when we have our conversation. But at the same time, wage growth has also slowed down. And we have this kind of phenomenal, interesting observation about a polarized labor markets, where those at the top are seeing economic growth, they're seeing wage growth, they're seeing wealth growth. Those in the middle especially are particularly squeezed. And then those at the bottom, quite frankly, things haven't moved very much. So this first point about inequality is important. The second important point is the fact that our economy is very uneven depending on where you live. So if you look across, down, never mind states or even the coast, if you go down to the county level, the counties in America look very different. And those local economies are very different. So if you're thinking about opportunities, about jobs, this picture's changed quite a bit. I'll show you a good example here. If you look back to the Great Recession of 2008, and we look at even just the job recovery that happened from that, and we've now looked at all roughly 3,149 counties that make up America. And if you kind of group those counties, depending on their economic characteristics, you very quickly see that we've had these counties that you might label growth hubs, where the job growth has been tremendous. And then you've got the mega cities that have done well, but you've got parts of America or counties that we call the Americana or even distressed America, where quite frankly, the recovery even in job growth hasn't really happened. We already know that something like 60% of the net job growth happened in about 25 metro areas, where maybe 40% of the population lives. But we also know that something like the places where nearly 80 million Americans live basically have seen very little, if any, job growth. In fact, some of them have actually seen negative job growth. So this concentration and the differences by geography, I think, are very, very important. The third point I'd point out is the fact that even with all these challenges affecting everybody, we have these incredible persistent gender and racial disparities when it comes to jobs, wages, and quite frankly, access to opportunities. And you can look at any of the communities, but I'm just going to focus on, for example, if you look at the Black community and Black workers, We know that there's a big geographic mismatch, for example, between where the black workers are, where the black labor force is, and where the opportunities are. We know that something like 60% of the black labor force lives in the South versus something like a third or 33% of the rest of the workers who work in the private sector who are elsewhere, quite frankly, where the opportunities are. We also know that something like less than 1 in 10 black workers are located in cities and counties with high job growth. So these kind of geographic disparities tend to impact some communities, especially the black community, more than most.
You know,
you can also look at the...
James, I know you have 10 points, and I don't want to interrupt you. I think just the stat you just put up, that only 1 out of 10 black people live in an area with high job growth, was something I think that caught a lot of people's ears. I know it caught mine. Why is that? Why are only less than 10% of us living in a place where our prospects to see high job growth are high?
Well, part of it is history. The other part is also the fact that, in fact, some of those communities down at the county level haven't seen the kind of investments, both the public investments or the private sector investments in those communities that tend to lead to job growth. So the businesses have not been located there, economic activities have not been located there. And so those places are almost like job deserts, if you like. And that's where most people live. And that's actually quite a stunning fact when we looked at that down at the county level. Now, there's clearly things that can be done about that, such as investment, both by the private sector, by businesses, but also, quite frankly, public investment in schools and education. So that was quite a striking observation. But let me push ahead for a second. When you also look at, for example, representation by job category, I think you'll see that, for example, there's some job categories, and these are job categories in the chart here, where black people are overrepresented, but they also happen to be job categories that have the lowest wages, for example. So in fact, we know that something like 43% of black workers are in occupations that earn less than $30,000 annually versus 28% for everybody else. So there's an overrepresentation in low-wage occupations. We also know that roughly half of all the black workers in the private sector are actually basically in 3 sectors. They're in healthcare, retail, and accommodation and food service. But look at the bottom of this chart. You'll see that there's a significant underrepresentation in many occupations that pay very well. And this is just a subset of those. So this is one of the persistent issues that we have, just to illustrate how these issues affect black workers the most. Let me make a couple other points. One of the things that's changed about work generally is that we now have many more varieties of work in addition to traditional kind of full-time jobs. We now have gig work, contingent work, all kinds of other kinds of work. This, on the one hand, creates opportunities and some needed flexibility, quite frankly. But at the same time, it also comes with some huge challenges. I don't know if people realize that something like 60 million workers, 60 million people in the US are involved in these kind of independent gig economy jobs, either for their, as the primary source of income or as a secondary source of income. That's a lot of people who don't have benefits, who don't have clear career pathways, who have incomes that are very fragile because how much you earn and what you earn can vary from moment to moment, month to month. But these varieties of work, I think, are an important factor that has changed. And then, of course, we've got, quite frankly, a growing phenomenon of working poverty in America. I mean, I was stunned in our research to realize that something like 40 million Americans who work are basically living in near poverty levels because they don't earn enough. And that also is a group that's disproportionately Black and African American, which is quite stunning. Then, of course, our economy itself has been shifting. I mean, when you look around the country, suddenly realize that, we've reduced the amount of investments that go into communities, into training, into education, and that's both the public sector, but also the private sector in terms of investments. We know that most of the jobs that are growing tended to be the lower wage jobs. And so you have all these kind of structural things that are affecting our economy. Our productivity goes up, but our wages don't go up. So those are some structural shifts that have been happening for the last 20 years. And then, of course, you've got the technology-related changes. Here, I think I should point out that the impact of these is not just a jobless future. I think that's a wrong way to think about it. All the research we've done, quite frankly, many others have done, basically show that what AI and automation are going to do to work is, yes, we will have some jobs lost, but we're also going to have some new jobs grow, but we're going to have many more jobs changed. So the real implication of that is the need to address the skilling, the worker transitions, and quite frankly, all the other adverse effects that we're going to need to navigate as we make that transition. And here I'll emphasize again that if you look at the most jobs that are at risk or the ones that are changing the most, you find that Black and African American workers are disproportionately represented in those jobs, as are women. So that's why this becomes a very important issue to think about as we look forward.
James, I don't mean to interrupt you again. Great point there. So I think one question that is catching my ear, how do we prepare for these jobs of the future, and why are people of color and women excluded from the preparation of these jobs of the future?
Well, I think a big part of the preparation for the future has to do with reskilling. And I think the reskilling question is important as some jobs decline, but also as jobs changed. And quite often, most of our educational institutions are not as well prepared for that. And in fact, one of the, and many of the examples we have of reskilling that are going on, it's happening at too small a scale. So the question is, how do we take all the great small examples of reskilling to where we do reskilling at scale? That's the real challenge. And often folks are not involved in those conversations, they're not involved in shaping those programs for reskilling. And often the reskilling isn't happening in the places, back to the geography point, isn't happening in the places where it needs to happen. That's part of the challenge. And one of the things that's interesting to this idea that some jobs will grow and some jobs will decline. We know, for example, as this chart shows, these are some of the jobs at the top are the ones that will grow, but we know a lot of them are going to decline. And if you look at the ones at the bottom of this picture, they tend to disproportionately have low-income workers in them. They tend to disproportionately also have people of color working in those jobs. And that's why all these issues around reskilling, retraining need to focus in people who are in those occupations at the bottom of this picture. And it needs to happen at scale. The scale point is important because look at that number to the right. If you look at the kind of job shifts we're going to see by 2030, we're talking in the tens of millions of jobs. So reskilling 5 people is great, but we need to skill a heck of a lot more people. That's why this reskilling at scale is a really, really important point. Let me point to some other things that we're now experiencing in this moment. One of the things, and this is the world that most employers and workers are living in right now, but this has been going on for some time. We have this extraordinary kind of supply-demand mismatches where, some people feel like they can't find enough workers. Some people say they can't find jobs. Some companies say we have all these open recs, we can't fill them. In fact, right now, if you pay attention to what companies are saying, everybody's experiencing these, tight labor markets for some people and for some kind of work, whereas in some kind of work in some other places, that's not the case. So the question is, how do we deal with these supply-demand mismatches or skill mismatches or locational mismatches? How do we connect people to work? How do we connect people to the training that they need to access the jobs that seem to be available? This is a very persistent issue that's been around for the last decade or more and is particularly acute in this moment. Then we have COVID, right? So COVID happens and, in the first case, it makes all the points I just made 1 through 8 even worse in some ways. But it also has added a few new twists because now, we've seen e-commerce accelerate, so home delivery and sort of home consumption, as well as remote work and hybrid work. But the thing that we often forget with remote and hybrid work is that if you look across the economy in terms of the different jobs, only about 1/3 of the people can work from home. Everybody else typically has to show up somewhere. So if you work in a restaurant or if you work in a retail job, you actually have to show up somewhere. And sometimes I think, most of us who are able to work remotely talk about it as if everybody can work remotely. It's really only about a third of workers who can actually do the job. Everybody else has to show up somewhere. So we have to think about the effects of that on particularly low-income workers, and also in particularly in respect to Black and African-American workers who disproportionately are in the occupations where they have to show up for work in order to do their job.
James, we're almost out of time. I want to ask just a couple more quick questions before we run out of time. I know you have a 10th point. So looking at these 10 points, we're seeing that it's definitely a very nuanced path forward for people of color and women, according to your data. What is the economic opportunity for creating a more inclusive economy for people of color, Black Americans, and women?
Well, the economic opportunity is huge in the following sense. Imagine, so if we had, wage parity, for example, that's an economic opportunity that we've analyzed to the tune of $220 billion of additional income and wages that would flow back into the economy. If we change the picture, for example, for how African Americans and Black workers can access jobs, can consume products, that's also an enormous opportunity. So the opportunities are huge, both in ways that help the economy, help Black and African American workers and households, and help everybody. The question is, how do we make sure it actually happens? How do we do the reskilling? How do we do, make it easy for people to access opportunities? How do we encourage companies to invest in communities? How do we encourage, for example, the public, our governments and state and local to invest in the educational skills and the places and schools to prepare people for work? Those are the questions to solve for, but it's not a question of the opportunity, not just for African Americans, but quite frankly, for the economy as a whole. The economy benefits when African Americans and other people of color and women and workers are involved in the economy. It's good for everybody.
James, unfortunately, we have to leave the conversation there. Thank you so much for your insight and your time. James Manyika from the McKinsey Institute, some great data about the future of work, people of color and women. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you learn something? That's what we're here for. Next up, we have some of America's most dynamic and innovative municipal leaders here to share their stories of bringing hope to their communities. And we begin with moderator Lance Triggs, who is president of operations for Operation Hope. Lorraine Cochran, who is commissioner of DeKalb County, Georgia. And it's Lorraine Cochran-Johnson. Look at her bad shoes. Aren't those awesome? Oh, there she is, styling a little bit. All right. The Honorable Melissa Conyears-Ervin, Treasurer of the City of Chicago. The Windy City. All right. And then the Honorable Jim Strickland, Mayor of the City of Memphis.
Good morning. Good morning. How's everyone doing?
Morning.
I'm so excited about this discussion tied to finding hope in America's communities. The conversation we're going to have is going to be very enlightening. We know that over the past 18 months, a lot has happened in our cities. It's been ravaged by loss of life and loss of jobs and loss of business. But the three shining examples that we have here with Commissioner Cochran-Johnson and Treasurer Conyears-Ervin and Mayor Strickland are going to share some best practices in terms of how they are and have been a hope for the communities that they're serving. And so why don't we just get right into our conversation this morning. When looking at your bio, I noticed that in order to lead in the public sector, everything starts with you. And so can you share in terms of what made you personally commit to service in the public sector? And Commissioner Cochran-Johnson, we'll start with you.
Well, for me, it's interesting because when we talk about public service, I never aspired to be an elected official. I was drawn to public service because I wanted my community to look like who I am.
That's right.
I looked around me, I saw what I did not see, And I live, of course, in Stonecrest, Georgia, 30038 zip code. That zip code is second only in African American wealth to Prince George's County, Maryland. But we look nothing at all like Prince George's County, Maryland. So when I started to look at what I did not see, I was drawn to service because I believe that it's time we think differently.
That's right.
About government and each of our obligations to our community. So it was the passion that developed after being elected and fully understanding where we are and reimagining how we do government in order to transform our communities. So it was never shall I say, a desire. My desire was to change my community so that it looks like who I am.
That's right. No, very good. And Treasurer at Conyears-Ervin, this great city of Chicago, you know, what led to your commitment and dedication of public service?
Actually, being raised in a single-family household, I always tell people, by the way, that when you look at me, I am a typical Chicagoan. I was born in Inglewood. If you're not from Chicago, you have heard of Inglewood in Chicago. I am born in Inglewood, raised on the west side of Chicago, and I tell people all the time, until I became an adult, I didn't realize that I have only lived in underserved communities. I was the first in my family to go to college. My mother encouraged me to be the best that I can be and not be limited by my zip code. When I graduated from college, Lance, I said I was going to make a lot of money, and I actually went into corporate America. I spent over a decade in corporate America, and I liked it, good money, but something was missing. And so I made one of the best decisions I could have made, and that was to leave corporate America, and at that time I ran for state representative. And then the opportunity became for me to run for city treasurer of Chicago. Now let me say this, and Mayor Strickland and I were talking, and he asked me, that's an elected position? I said, yeah. No matter where you live in the United States, you've heard about county treasurers. Those are usually the ones that collect tax revenue. But city treasurers is not necessarily a role that we are familiar with. Most municipalities do not even have treasurers, and if they do, they are appointed.
That's right.
Matter of fact, Chicago was very similar. I am, that we know of in Chicago's history, the first elected city treasurer of Chicago. And why that is such an advantage for residents, here's why, and we'll move on. Because I am now a representative of the people. Whereas treasurer of the third largest municipality of the United States, where I manage $9 billion of taxpayers' portfolio, I tell people all the time, I went to school for finance, right? MBA, all of that. So I can protect taxpayers' dollars, manage and invest it. I can make money for you. I can do that in my sleep.
That's right.
But if I'm not changing lives,
there you go.
Which is why it's important to have your representative.
Absolutely.
If I'm not changing lives, me making money for you, what does that matter for the average person?
That's right.
And so I thought, now that we have an elected city treasurer, how do we help people where you now have a fiscal agent to say, I want to financially empower residents of the city of Chicago? So I'm appreciative. We'll talk all about this program that we do in the partnership, but to be able to leverage the relationships in one aspect to say, I want to change behavior of the banks and the brokerage firms that we work with. But once I change behavior, now on the other hand, how do I prepare residents to access the capital?
That's right.
That's what it's about.
That's right. Very good. Thank you for sharing that. Amen. Hey, that's the church of what's happening now. Mayor Strickland, city of Memphis.
Well, thanks. It's good to be here. I'll shorten my version. I'll give you a Reader's Digest. But in 1976, I was 11 years old. It was the first presidential election I'd ever paid attention to. That's when Carter beat Ford. As a Catholic, I'd wondered, had we ever had a Catholic president? Well, at the time, we only had one, and that was President Kennedy. And he was assassinated before I was born. But I went back and read about him and watched movies and watched his speeches and became inspired by his call to service. Ask not what you can do for your country, but or ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Then in law school, I sat down and read the entire New Testament in one time. I'd never done that. Of course, I'd read it, but never at one time. And you can't do that without coming away knowing that we're called to serve others, especially those less fortunate. Mm-hmm. And I kind of figured out that my call to service as an American that President Kennedy gave me and my call to serve as a Christian fit hand in glove. And that set off a lifetime of service. And there's no level of government that has more effect and can help people within 24 hours like local government.
That's right.
And that's kind of led to being mayor of Memphis.
That's right. Very good. Very good. I'm extra excited about our guests because all three of you, as you know, are partners of Operation Hope through our Hope Inside network. And so I want to pivot to ask you, each of you, what are some of the successes that you're having in the county, city of Chicago, in the treasurer's role, mayor of city of Memphis, tied to all of you through your leadership, bringing hope back to your community? Commissioner?
Well, we literally broke ground, cut ribbon, September of 2019. I guess I was probably about 6 months into office. I believe one of the greatest things an elected official can do is understand the dynamics of their community. And once you do, you set about solving those issues. You know, oftentimes we talk about crime, but we don't talk about the fact that often economics is the core issue. So in order to address the issue of crime, we have to address the issue of equity, accessibility, and also economics. So I reached out to John because I was very familiar with his work, and I said, I need hope in DeKalb. It's time you walk away from only financial institutions and meet people where they are in their communities. Because the reality is, in many instances, you don't have Black, brown, and underserved individuals walking into banking institutions because they don't feel they are their friends. So if we create models within communities that provide access to financial dignity training, access to home ownership workshops and seminars, that is what transforms lives. So since cutting ribbon, we have given credit counseling to well over 3,000 individuals. We have raised those credit scores between 40 and 80 points, and we have issued over $7 million in down payment assistance to first-time home buyers in DeKalb County, Georgia.
That's right. Awesome. Thank you.
So our relationship has totally been transformative because it's very important that we understand when we talk about community, for the average individual, if you do not have home ownership, 80% of wealth is generally directly linked to home ownership. So we need to walk away from conversations on black and white. It's time we talk green.
That's right.
Money and economics in our community.
That's right. Amen. Thank you for that. Treasurer Conyears-Ervin?
So when I took office in May of 2019, I had heard of Operation Hope, and my predecessor had some form of a relationship with Operation Hope. And I wanted to really take that a step further. Matter of fact, I believe last night, it was the International Grand Basilisk of Phi Beta Sigma. I'll give them a shout out. I heard him say last night, we're looking for partnership, not patronage. And that's really what my mission. We have a theme right now that I developed, and it's building wealth today for tomorrow. And then I thought about John O'Brien talking yesterday about financial literacy for all. Matter of fact, I told my husband last night, I said, you know, I have the building wealth today for tomorrow. I'm gonna tagline it. I like to call it financial empowerment because I think sometimes when we hear literacy, we think, am I illiterate? So I thought about financial empowerment for all. And what I thought with Operation Hope and what I've seen is that I wanted to help people build generational wealth. So happy to hear Commissioner talking about home ownership. I know Mayor Strickland is going to talk about it. John talks about it all the time. We have to understand that if we want to build generational wealth, we have to start having more conversations about home ownership. It helps to build. It is the foundation. Something that may seem so simple, a lot of people are not able to achieve. And so we have to start there. That can help with small business owners, entrepreneurs. It sets the foundation for so many things. So building wealth today for tomorrow, what we have done just within over the past year of our relationship with Operation Hope, it went beyond the past year, but the pandemic, seems like since we've been in office, it's been in the pandemic. But we were actually able, even virtually, to help residents, and I always say this, for free. I know many people around this room know people who have paid to have their credit repaired. And some of them walk away without a repair.
That's right, because there's a difference.
There's a difference. And so with this partnership, we are offering residents of Chicago for free the opportunity to be counseled between 12 to 18 months. We are holding their hands, and we're starting from 101.
That's right.
Where we're helping them to balance checkbooks, where we're helping them to budget, where we're helping them to increase their credit score. And by the way, we have seen that with those that have participated, over 60% of their scores have improved. And let me rephrase that because that's not correct what I said. All of their scores have improved.
That's right.
But most of them have seen over 60% improvement.
That's right.
That's the difference.
And that's a game changer.
Yes,
That's a game changer.
that's right.
Because so you said the right word, game changer. Because what that does, that now separates you from renting to the preparedness of a home ownership. And that's what it's about, to build generational wealth. But let me put this plug in. I'm excited about the partnership. I love the partnership. But if we in government, and I believe we have to invest in people, so many times I talked about partnership versus patronage. We want to hand people fish to eat.
That's right.
We say we have to teach them to fish. Because if you hand me fish to eat, I will continue to come to you to eat. But if you teach me to fish, now I can feed myself.
Hello. Right.
And so I'm excited about the partnership, but I always tell people, I truly don't have enough money to help more residents. And that's why I know, and we talk a lot about private and public partnerships, we need that. That's something I'm advocating for even in Chicago. This is a new partnership that I have with Operation Hope. We've helped almost 1,000 residents through the 1 year to 18 months program, but I gotta help more.
That's right.
We have 2.7 million people in Chicago. I gotta help more, but I need help.
That's right. Well, thank you for that, Treasurer. Mayor Strickland?
Sure, and I'll try not to repeat because we've had some of the same successes, but I got introduced to John by Brian Jordan, head of First Horizon, who I know is here somewhere because I saw him last night.
Great partner of Operation Hope, yes.
And, but it was also around the time that we were going to commemorate the 50th anniversary of Dr. King's assassination in Memphis. And we not only wanted to commemorate this assassination, we wanted to celebrate the 1,300 sanitation workers who went out on strike against my predecessor 52 years ago. And that's a long story, but they're remarkable men.
Now, right?
Those 1,300 men were remarkable, and there were about 30 or so, 35 who were still living. We wanted to lift them up. So we gave, with a partnership with City Council, gave them a $70,000 tax-free grant, which doesn't make up for the way they were treated in the 60s, but it was a token of our esteem for them. And we partnered with Hope Inside because we have several Hope Insides in Memphis helping the public, but we didn't have one helping city employees.
That's right.
So the goal was to help these 30 men and their families what to do with that money.
That's right.
And then that built to our current employees. And we've had real success, especially in our fire department, of people using those services to improve their credit scores and home ownership and that sort of thing. Then that leads to the bigger partnership that we're having right now with you on the Million Black Businesses.
That's right.
In Memphis, which is 65% African American, if you add up all the business that we transact, not just government, but going to buy insurance and groceries and so forth, add up all the business, 1% is transacted with African American owned businesses. Wow. In a city that's 65% African American.
Same thing.
Yeah. That is not fair, it's not just.
Not fair.
It's also not sustainable for the city, for the future of the city. Because we want to see the success that Chicago and Atlanta have had. So we went about a three-step process, and I'll make it very quick. Number one, improve how city government contracts with black-owned businesses. Number two, get the private sector to do it. And number three, diversify the businesses owned by African Americans. Because there's no African American auto dealer in Memphis, so we can't buy our police cars and fire trucks. So Joanne Massey is here, and she led up our effort, she's a superstar, and we went from 12% of our contracts with MWBEs to now 24% of our contracts, and we want to go even higher.
Good.
And then to take that to the next level is our partnership with you on 1 million black businesses, because we want to grow that even more. And then we have also what we call 800 initiative, which is taking black-owned. We have about 800 businesses in Memphis, black-owned, who have 5 employees to 20. How do we grow those? And we started that process. We've grown their revenue by 17 million, dozens new employees. Because if we could take those 800 businesses and they all hire 5 new employees, that would be transformative for our city. So we have all these efforts going on to raise that 1% to something that's fair.
That's right. Thank you for sharing that. Deserves a round of applause. I mean, I could talk to them all day long. You know, they only gave us a short period of time. But I think the three of you are a shining example of how government, local municipalities, private sector can come together with a nonprofit like Operation Hope and provide, no pun intended, hope to our communities. And so let's give them a round of applause for their leadership, their commitment to serve, but the impact that they're having in DeKalb County, city of Chicago, and the great city of Memphis. Thank you all for being here. Let's give them a round of applause.
Again, thank you for representing your cities very well. But even more so, it shows you just how important it is for the local level. You know, we talk all the time about we do have the power, and the power so often is within our vote. So know who you're voting for, and make sure that as you vote that that person is actually really standing in your corner, because it's very, very important that it starts on the local level. All change, or I should say most change, we can't wait for the federal government to give us anything. It begins with us, and so often it begins on that local level. So again, we're talking about finances, but it does begin with the vote. So we're getting ready to move ahead now, and we are so excited about this next segment. And help me welcome the Vice Chair of Consumer and Business Banking for U.S. Bank, Mr. Tim Welsh. I guess he's coming on pretty soon. And then the CEO and country head of Santander U.S., Mr. Tim Wennes, and the founder and CEO of Operation Hope, Mr. John Hope Bryant.
I'm here. Hello, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Now, wait a minute. Y'all been locked inside for 18 months. We pull off an impossible conference to get you actually next to somebody, sort of. I tickle with the little dots. One dot is hug me. One dot is elbow me. The next dot is stay as far away from me as you can. But the thoughtfulness that my team put into making sure that you were safe, but also had an engaged experience is pretty incredible. And I want to commend them and commend you all for showing up. It's a great day. We're meeting the moment, yes, but it's the redawning of America. And I keep saying we're sitting in a moment in history, but history does not feel historic when you're sitting in it. It just feels like another day. But that doesn't mean the moment you're in is not historic. If you were here last night, it's pretty magical. Ambassador Young and Chris Tucker closed it out. It was hilarious. You should go back and watch it on stream. But this ballroom you're in now was the same ballroom that Dr. King and Ambassador Andrew Young and other civil rights leaders met for the last time, talking about the Poor People's Campaign in 1967 before Dr. King was assassinated in 1968. This was the last time he met with anybody to strategize. And this is, if you've seen the movie Respect with Aretha Franklin singing, this is where she came to sing. This very historic hotel and a very historic ballroom, and we're honored to have this conversation today, hopefully respectfully continuing that great work. I want to acknowledge my mother, who's in the audience, who's 87 years young, Miss Juanita Smith. And you bankers will appreciate this. Last night, spontaneously, in honor of her education of me, of the life of seniors, we had 3 pitch contestants, and the person who was number 3, winner, or runner-up, had I thought she was at the wrong event because she was asking for $250,000, and we were raising $10,000. And so I was trying to tell her, like, wrong event. And she had this, was anybody here last night? Okay, so for those who weren't here, she had this medical device that she had created, and it zips down, and the front folds forward. And this is live streaming to the world, and she zips it and folds it forward, and I'm just like, ah! I just hope it works. It worked. But we, on a serious note, Hope Ventures spontaneously committed $50,000 to seed fund that venture. And while we were sitting there last night, another $50,000 was committed from different folks to get us to $100,000. I'm told this morning some other folks have committed funds, and it's just really beautiful that she's got this patented product. And we're all leaning in to make free enterprise work for all, social justice through an economic lens. And I want to make one correction. I heard that Tim Welsh so this is the CEO of Santander Bank, which is the largest bank in Spain, one of the largest banks in the world, one of the top 25?
Yeah, 18.
Top 18 in the world, run by a female CEO globally, Ana Botín, who's a friend out of Spain, and Tim Wennes, who is a longtime friend, is CEO of Santander United States, or North America, sorry. And Tim Welsh, who was unfortunately described as the vice president of U.S. Bank, is really vice chairman of U.S. Bank, and I guarantee you there's a difference. The vice president is the person you see at the branch who says, I'm sorry, I can't approve your loan. Tim Welsh is in charge of, this is important for us to understand this language, by the way, right? We're bilingual in civil rights. We're bilingual in social justice. Somebody talks about police brutality, we know exactly what you're talking about. We understand all the stuff in community. We have to understand banking, finance, money. There's a huge difference between a vice president and a vice chairman. Vice chairman is right below the chairman, runs a huge, typically, portfolio of the bank. These two have something in common. They're both consumer banking experts. And so Tim Welsh, who's also the lead director on our Hope Global Board of Advisors, is vice chairman and head of consumer banking. Did I get that right?
Consumer and business banking. Yep.
Yeah, consumer. Why are you talking so low today?
Yeah, I don't know.
Whenever we talk quite privately, you like, like a civil rights leader. Now you're getting all coy. Now I'm going to get this wrong. Is it the 5th largest bank in America?
We are, yes.
Oh, boom.
Exactly right.
U.S. Bank, which just acquired, is it public information?
It is, yes.
They just acquired another bank in California, well, out of California, Union Bank, which is part of Bank of Mitsubishi.
Exactly right.
So you surprised I knew that this much, did you?
No, I'm not surprised in the slightest that you knew all that.
So these are both my friends. As I said last night, I don't put my arms around anybody who I don't think has a decent reputation and a good heart. I've stayed at your house, and I'm going to stay at yours.
Exactly right.
Except in the winter. Your house is too cold in the winter.
You're welcome in the winter.
No, black people don't like cold weather. I'm not coming there in the winter. You know exactly how to disencourage me. Tell me to come to Minneapolis in December. No, I'm good. Let's get serious. Well, I guess I should get serious. You were already serious. About the state of the world. Both of you have come to me in different ways on your own and said we needed to do something. I had to check both of your temperatures. It was in the middle of a health pandemic, the largest since the Spanish flu, in the middle of the worst crisis of unemployment since the Great Depression, in the middle of a crisis of our democracy where Americans were attacking our capital. We haven't had that happen since 1812 when the British attacked our capital. In the middle of the largest, well, a 400-year delayed social justice reckoning on Black America. And in separate conversations, and I don't know if you actually have met before today.
It was our first time, actually.
First time meeting today. Yep. In separate conversations, you both have had similar discussions with me, which is, I actually for a moment thought you both were black because you were like, we need to do something. I'm like, calm down. Why do you care so much? These were private conversations between you and me. You backed it up with action, which I want you to talk about. And there's no order here, but why did you care so much? Why is this in your bones? You're not black, you're not minority, best I can tell. We need to get your DNA test. It might reveal something special because you are cool guys. Tim, you first. Tim and Tim. So Tim Welsh.
Which Tim? Good morning, everyone, and it's great to be here. And I was reflecting on my way down the elevator today that I was here in 2012, the first Global Hope Summit here in Atlanta out at the Convention Center. And
the airport, yep.
And we've had so many here as well. So it's great to be here back in person and to see so many people. And I think now also with the pandemic, this live streaming thing, which was interesting before, is now primary, and it's great that we can do a hybrid event here. But John, for me, the pandemic upended the lives for everybody. Right? Nobody was immune.
Yeah.
And what I saw was we had to think differently in terms of there was no more baseline, not for our employees, not for our customers, and not for our communities. There was no safe haven from the virus, right? Oh, well, it's okay in this city versus this city. And it caused me as a CEO to think, how do we protect the health and safety of our employees? How do we take care of our clients? We have a huge book of business in the auto space. We had a high percentage of people who weren't able to make their payments, right? With unemployment spiking to 14%. We had people in real need, and it caused us to have to say, we need to do things different, we need to do them better. And we need to think differently about our relationship with employees and our relationship with our clients. And I'll wait, or unless you want me to talk now about some of the things that we've started to implement. But very clearly it was some of the paradigms and the practices that we had, we knew we needed to change.
You've also diversified your management team. Translation, you put black folks and dark folks and women on your management team, which I was very impressed with. And you did that without talking to me or anybody else, you just did it. You also said, I'm not gonna let people get too far in your business, but how do I say this? You're one of the largest auto loan lenders in the world by virtue of being one of the largest in America. I think they're the largest in your category, in a certain category. And you didn't want to be known as just that an auto lender that was sort of less than prime, good credit rate risk, but less than prime. You wanted people to be able to sort of move up the economic scale, and you wanted to actually charge them less interest, which seems like I should check your temperature or something. You wanted to charge them less money. Can you want to explain that real quickly?
Look, we are a full spectrum auto lender, so we make loans to customers with pristine or super prime credit, and we also do loans to people who have no credit or who've had a problem with their credit in the past. And
which used to be me.
Which used to be you. As we think about this going forward, how can we be a full spectrum auto lender and help all those constituents? And the best way, at the end of the day, in the banking business and financial services, right, it's about how do we help people prosper and thrive? How do we help people achieve their objective or their dream? We don't provide, no one wakes up and says, I want a mortgage loan or I want a car loan. I need transportation to work.
Yep.
I need a home. I want to finance an education for my child.
Yep.
And when we do our job well, we're helping people achieve those dreams and to prosper and thrive. And at the end of the day, how can we help people who've had a difficult past, maybe with credit? How do we help them on that ladder or on that journey to a better financial future? And so some of the other things that we've done, we've put embedded very prominently on our website and even on our mobile banking app. We have an area called Prosper and Thrive where we're putting content for clients to say, how can you help finance an education? How can you protect yourself from cyber issues? How can I lower my payments? Trying to find things that are relevant to help our clients improve their financial situation, and how can we reward them when they do a good job? The other key element we found was with our employees. We have employees who are dealing with customers. We had more employees dealing with customers who had hardships than we'd ever seen before. And we also said, you know, many of our own employees were having difficulty because they had their own hardships. Their spouse lost their job and was unemployed, et cetera. So that's where we partnered with you, and we did a Hope Inside for our employees.
Yeah, Hope Inside the Workplace.
Hope Inside the Workplace. In our auto business, we have 5,000 employees. This is voluntary, not mandatory. We started offering workshops, money management, financial literacy, financial empowerment, and one-on-one coaching. 3,500 of 5,000 employees in the first year have gone through one of those programs.
And in the first month, yes. Now so look, I need you to understand what's happening here. You've got a banker, a bank CEO, acknowledging that his own employees need financial coaching, not the customers, not the community. I mean, it's quite a measure of transparency for a banker to say, we have challenges too, and to do something about it. And in the first month, Lance Triggs told me you had 2,500 employees who signed up for financial coaching with us, which is also a measure of their own desire for dignity and well-being. So I want to thank you for doing that and for being the kind of leader that we want to see in the world, Tim. You're a good man, Tim Wennes.
Well, thank you, John. You have a great example here, a great partner. You've been a great friend for a long time.
Thank you so much. And Tim Welsh is possibly one of the most radical conservative people I've ever met. Conservative and sedate and measured, but radical in the sense that he really gets more frustrated about social injustice than me. I've got to calm him down. Something happens on TV or in the world, and I'm talking to him, and I've got to hey, man, you need some tea, not coffee. He is, what in you, Tim, causes you to care so much, and then you move on it, like you and Reba, right, who is of color, by the way, who you've hired. You've also embedded people of color and women in your management team. You and Reba have moved on this with a venture fund and all kind of innovative initiatives. You're also doing Hope Inside.
Yep.
Okay, so where's it come from?
So You know, John, first of all, thank you for this conference, and thank you for being the inspiration to all of us that you are, because I call you up with my passion because I know you're deeply passionate about this as well. And look, I joined U.S. Bank, and I wake up every morning like thousands of my colleagues do with one goal. I'm investing my heart and mind to power human potential. I want, just like Tim said, families to live the lives they want to live, and I want businesses to prosper. It's the only reason I'm there. And by the way, it doesn't say, you know, it says human potential of everyone. It doesn't say white people or black people, everyone.
Right.
I live, as you know, 5 miles from where George Floyd was murdered.
Yep.
When that happened,
Yep.
I was so upset. I'm not sure I've ever been so upset.
Oh, yeah,
Called you and we talked about it. I had a call with 1,000 people that I have every Friday with my team, the Friday after that he was murdered on that Monday. And I told you, I lost it. There I am, 1,000 people. I just can't get through my thoughts. Because what happened, whatever you thought about what you had been doing in Minneapolis or in any community, you knew it was not enough, right? It was not enough to bridge the racial wealth gap and to create a society where every single person can thrive. And we had to do more, and I and you and countless of my friends felt the same way. And so we acted. You know, Tim's done some very inspiring things that he's just described. A couple of examples, you know that at U.S. Bank, we're with our Project Access that Greg Cunningham is leading. It's about homes, getting people in homes, small businesses. And then we took the radical step that I talked to you about, which is we said, look, we have a lot of banks in Minneapolis. Most of them are run by people who look like me. And guess what? Many people in the black community, they don't trust those kind of banks. And so you know what we're going to do? We're going to get 5 banks together, and we're going to bring a black bank to Minneapolis, right? And First Independence Bank, Kenneth Kelly, is a remarkable leader. And, you know, we're getting him Brant. We're providing capital. We helped him hire somebody, right? Because if we're really committed to creating the society we all want, where wealth is equally distributed among everybody, then we need financial institutions that can be there to support that. And the black bank is trusted by many. So, you know, John, we have a long way to go, as you know better than any of us. We got a financial literacy, 1 million black businesses, the things that you are so inspired in sponsoring. But it is deep in the soul of me and countless colleagues, and I know across the industry, who feel that this is our moment, and we must meet it, as you've talked about with this conference. And thank you for being the inspiration to help bring that out among so many of us.
Both of you have this sense of decency about you. Let me make it clear. I've met people who are indecent. Let me make it clear. It's not like I'm some Pollyannic and everybody I meet is just warm and fuzzy. No, I've met some really unpleasant people. I just don't give them any energy or oxygen. But when I meet people who have this special gift and also have the power and the wealth and the opportunity and the access, and then you use that power as a force for good, I'm literally stunned. Like, I've been at this for almost 30 years, and I'm still stunned. I'm sitting here stunned. Like, there's no reason for you guys to be here. They flew in just for this. 90% of our speakers just said, I'm gonna be there. Dan Schulman came in last night, flew in, flew right back out, just for this. Why do you care so much? And what's your message for leaders like you who say, well, I can't do well and do good too. The cost of doing good, I'll do that, you know, in my philanthropy, which I don't agree with. But somehow there's this concept that these two things are actually disconnected. Do you agree or disagree with that? And what is your business plan? Either one.
Yeah, I don't think they're disconnected, and I think you've got multiple examples, primary examples where you can do both, right? You can do good and you can do well. And I think as I see this, at the end of the day, banking is an essential service, and there's some bad press since the financial crisis about, quote, banking or bankers. But 99% of the bankers that I know are in the business or providing financial services because they want to help and serve people. Right? At the end of the day, they want to help businesses grow. Right? It gets back to that, how do we help individuals and businesses prosper and thrive? And the only way you can do that is with relationships and with our people. Right? How do you make a difference for those people? Right? And provide the products and services that are really going to make a difference. And at the end of the day, financial literacy, without financial literacy, it's hard to have financial empowerment. I'd say financial literacy, combined with inclusion can create financial empowerment for all. And what we have the issue today is too many people they don't feel included, and they aren't financially literate.
Yep.
And so one of the things, and this is why I've been on your board for 10 years, is how do we make progress in that area? How do we get, I still think everyone who graduates high school should have part of that diploma is there's some financial literacy course that they've taken.
That's right.
We've got all these students who aspire to higher education who take out tens of thousands of dollars of student loans that don't have all the understanding of what are the implications of those student loans for the rest of their life, and how are they making the financial decisions some of these people are making now at 18, 19, 20 years old have ramifications for the rest of their life. And so there's things we can do as an industry, but there's things that we need to do as society and community, and that's part of why I'm on your board and been on it for 10 years. It's part of why Santander signed up in the Financial Literacy for All program as a longer-term commitment over the next 10 years to see how can we be a part of that and make that make this a better place, a more inclusive place, a more prosperous place for all.
Yeah, they're both signature members of Financial Literacy for All, which is our new movement. And one thing he said is, and we're going to end with you, Welsh. One thing is that Tim Wennes said, is relationship. And I'm going to put the word capital at the end of it. Relationship capital. And what he's doing here, and hopefully what you're doing here, is expanding and deepening your relationship capital. Folks who you call who know who you are. Where you have a rapport and a relationship and hopefully trust, where you can actually get beyond the protocols and the policies and start dealing with prosperity and opportunity. That's what happens when you have relationships. So I think it's smart of you you're saying if you deepen your relationship and you broaden it to all kinds of people, you can do business with all kinds of people, which is, I think, positively selfish. Welsh?
I would just add, so I think that's really well said. And I particularly like your points about financial literacy for all. It couldn't be more important. That's why we're signed up. And John, it's such an important initiative. But this notion that you started with, that somehow we live life sequentially. We do things for a while in business and then we do some good. I don't think that's right. I think I only got one life. And I think I'm here to do as much good, and I think we're all here to do as much good in the service of other people as we possibly can. And I think, as Tim has highlighted, we happen to be in a position where we are absolutely crucial to the lives of our consumers and small businesses. They cannot do anything they want to do. Those families and those businesses can't do anything without financial resources, and that's banking, right? And so thank goodness that I and Tim and others work in places where we realize that we are here to serve others and do good for others. And I feel like we've got an enormous opportunity to help be part of the solution to creating the more just society, the kind of society that you describe and that all of us want to have. And I'm going to do that right now. I'm not going to wait until some other future point in my life to do that.
Doesn't it make you feel proud? I've got to wrap, because whenever we go over, it's all my fault. And we are over, but this is not happening anywhere else in the world. This conversation right here, there's 8 billion people in the world, 220 plus countries. Think about this. This conversation with leaders of major, this is not like the Homeboy Shopping Network. That's funny. These are large household name companies, and this is the leadership telling you, Black, brown, underserved, women, expanding the table and adding a chair, to quote Stephanie Ruhle, is important for business and society. This is the world we want to create. Sorry. I'm so jazzed.
What I love about this, you asked before, is it's changed now, right now. It's not planning it, hoping for the next 4 years, maybe somebody will pass this legislation. We can affect change right now. Go to Operation Hope, go to Building Black Business at ATL.com, sign up, learn. You can do this without having to go to a traditional 4-year college, get the money to pay for it, take out loans and grants to do that. Maybe you'll get a job then. This is for people that actually have businesses now too, maybe a sole proprietorship or whatnot now. Go through, learn it, and get smarter.
Well, it's a thrill for me and all of you to introduce our next guest. Returning to the Hope Global Forum live from Washington, D.C. is an amazing woman. I watch her a lot of times at 9 o'clock in the morning on MSNBC, and she is just setting the bar high for what we need to learn and know about financial literacy and just about the world in general. So live from Washington, D.C., NBC News senior business correspondent, the very amazing Stephanie Ruhle. Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I am so sorry I can't be there in person. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Stephanie Ruhle. I cover business and politics for NBC News. So for me, I have a lot going on right now. And if you're thinking, I don't know this woman, where is she coming from? Who is she? For me, I believe every person deserves to be financially secure, physically safe, and socially free. And what I cover and what I do, my goal is try to help people get better and smarter. And I don't believe that we're so divided. I believe all of us are just trying to take care of our families. And today, the audience that we're all together, I do think of all of us in different ways as people of privilege. And as people of privilege, meaning we can all be here today having this conversation. We're not working an hourly job that we couldn't miss today. We have childcare so we can participate in this event. We are people of privilege and of influence. And so we have that time and that capacity to think about who are we, how do we conduct ourselves, and what do we want to do? And when I think about all of the things that I cover and that I see right now, there are two themes that come up that I think if we thought about more and injected them into our lives and our businesses and our communities, it could help us all get better and smarter. And those things are patience and love. And I know you're thinking, man, I don't want to listen to this Pollyanna and this nonsense talk, but I want you to just stay with me. Because the reason I'm not there with you in person today, and the only reason, is because I came to Washington, and I'm going to flex a little, because the White House called and invited me to come and sit down and speak with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. And on any given day, of course, I would want to speak to the Treasury Secretary, but I especially want to right now, because yes, we are about to possibly look at the reconciliation bill and the bipartisan hard infrastructure deal. But we're also dealing with a bunch of different crises as we make our way into this economic recovery around COVID. And so there's really a lot I want to learn from the Treasury Secretary. And her history is studying labor. And the most important thing I wanted her to explain to me is around a false narrative I'm worried about. Because everybody in their lives, no matter where you all live, everybody's talking about the labor shortage, right? If you go to a restaurant, if you go to a store, we can't find workers. Why aren't people working? And I wanted her to explain it to me because we have this quagmire, right? You have a record number of people quitting their jobs. You have almost record high job openings. And this is happening while unemployment benefits are being cut off. And we're in this inflationary environment where everything costs more. So the question is, why is this happening? And I want to solve for this, not because we need to get those jobs filled. Yes, that's important. But I want to solve it for another reason. Because there's a really unfortunate false narrative out there. And as we come out of COVID, we have an opportunity not to get back to normal, back to where we were, because let's not forget, back to where we were before COVID wasn't good enough for a lot of people. And we have this moment. We actually have this opportunity right now to make structural changes that will make us long-term smarter and better and create a country that gives opportunity to more people. And this false narrative that creeps up on the eve of maybe making these structural changes is important because lots of people, not everybody, love to say right now, nobody's going to work. They got too much government money. They're sitting home. They're hanging out. Well, that's just not true. And we need to talk about that. Hanging out? 700,000 people Americans died of COVID over the last year and a half. And so think about the hundreds of thousands of families and children who have been disrupted because they lost their caregiver or they lost their family breadwinner. And when you think about the labor shortage, sure, we had a labor shortage before COVID. What we have is a labor shift. I think about John Hope Bryant and the 1 million Black businesses that he's trying to support the entrepreneurs, help those businesses grow. Those businesses are in crises. Why? Because of a labor shift. Over the course of the pandemic, we saw some of the biggest multi-billion-dollar companies hire not thousands, not hundreds of thousands, millions of people, right? I'm talking the Amazons of the world, hire people out of the childcare industry, out of restaurants, out of hotels, out of hospitality jobs, and into warehouse jobs. Warehouse jobs that when you consider low-wage jobs, that are great jobs, right? If you've ever worked in a restaurant, you know, when maybe you were working for $2 an hour and you wouldn't know your schedule even 2 days in advance, you get a warehouse job, those jobs start at $16, $17 an hour. Now they're offering signing bonuses. They offer healthcare. You know your schedule a month in advance. You can sort out your childcare. So we're all quick to say we've got this labor shortage. We actually have a labor shift, and we have to account for that shift. And we got to think about all of those small businesses who can't necessarily compete and pay those higher wages. But we know that all Americans should make a living wage. We want to think about those small businesses who last week, when the president was taking action on the ports in California because we've got these supply chain issues, I want you to think about small businesses, because those supply chain issues, the big stores, they're going to be able to solve for those. They can charter their own cargo ships. They've got their own truck drivers. And trust me, they know how to pay up, and they know how to push manufacturers and make sure they get in the front of the line. But that toy store right in downtown Atlanta that's waiting to get their products, they're going to be at the back of the line. And that toy store, even if they get their employees, might not get their products. And so this is where I want to talk about patience. We're all very quick to judge how people live and what we want. We created a world where we want our businesses open 24 hours a day, and we want our stuff as cheap as possible, and we want it delivered to our door. Well, I just want you to know that there's a cost for that, and we should be aware of it, right? We care about our communities. We love our downtowns. We love every little store. Well, it's up to us to think about and be mindful, how do we keep those businesses open? And that's not to say that these big box stores aren't great in their own way. But before we're making judgments about why we've got a labor shortage or why people aren't going to work, I ask you to have a little patience and do a little homework and understand why that is. And on the patience front, think about this 24/7 consumer-based environment we live in. I remember less than a year ago, John and I were talking, and he talked about how he raised the wages of his employees. He didn't think he could do it, but he did it. And when he did it, they were more loyal. His employees did more. They had more financial security at home so they could be their best selves. And maybe we shouldn't live in a 24/7 environment. You could be thinking, well, guess what? That toy store, they're not John Hope Bryant. They can't afford to pay up. Or that restaurant, they can't. But maybe there's a COVID silver lining, right? Before COVID, anyone you knew who owned a restaurant, they thought this is a 24/7 industry. I'm never going to have Christmas. I'm never going to have it Easter. I work every day, all day. Well, why is that? Do all of those businesses need to be open 7 days a week? Right? When we first started to have a shortage issue, people were aghast going, there are 7-Elevens that can't afford, they can't find workers. They can't be open at 4 a.m. Well, I don't know about you, but anytime I have ever been in a 7-Eleven at 4 a.m., I was not purchasing or doing anything good. Maybe it doesn't need to be open at 4 a.m. And maybe we've seen businesses learn to increase wages and cut hours, right? When you have to increase your labor costs, maybe you don't need to be open every night of the week. And in learning how to optimize your business, you as the business owner, you now can maybe have a day or two off a week. Your employees can be paid more and feel respected and know what their schedule is going in. You know, I learned this, I was interviewing a restaurant owner in Western Pennsylvania who was talking about she had to close her restaurant down for 2 days a week for some mental health for her employees. She was saying she never thought of it before and she couldn't believe she had to do it. But in talking about it, she hadn't even realized it. I asked her about her business and they were actually making as much money as they had pre-pandemic, only open 5 days a week. She and her husband now had 1, sometimes 2 days a week to enjoy one another and their families. This idea that she never thought she could explore, because we lived in an economy run by the consumer who demanded, I want every business available to me at all times. On my walk to work at 6 a.m., usually there's 3 Starbucks coffees open that early. Well, now there's only 1 open that early. But guess what? My butt could use an extra 10 blocks of walking because I sit in a chair all day. Maybe that's a good thing. So when we're quick to judge this idea of why are things changing? Why aren't people working? They must be home and lazy. Think harder. And this is where love comes into it. Don't just assume that person you don't know is your enemy and they're taking or they're stealing. They're your friend you haven't met yet. They could be your new partner. They could be your new client. You could be their customer. And as a person of privilege, we have the ability to have a bit more patience and to inject more love. What will it cost us? And I want to end just by bringing up 2 more concepts. One of the other reasons I wanted to talk to Secretary Yellen was she said something a few weeks ago that struck me. You know, oftentimes when policymakers or politicians speak, unless they're talking about something that directly impacts you, you don't think about it. But she was talking about childcare. And I'll tell you, I don't often think about childcare because I don't have childcare insecurity because I can afford childcare. And she said, 40 years ago, if she didn't have good childcare, she wouldn't be Treasury Secretary today. And this struck me because, you know, every women's magazine, every women's conference on the planet loves that ridiculous question, like, how did you do it? How do you have it all? Which is an absurd question. But one thing that I can say, one through line, with every successful woman, working mother that I know, what does every one of them have in common? The answer is childcare. And childcare in this country is only afforded to the privileged, people who can afford it. Because traditionally, business leaders in this country, government leaders in this country look and act and live a certain way, traditionally white guys, and they're not necessarily out to get anyone, but they didn't think about childcare and the enormous roadblock it is for so many people, because traditionally, for those people who are climbing up the ladder in government or in business, they had another person in their life handling all else. All else means family and home. And traditionally, that was their wife. And so we have got millions and millions of parents, mostly mothers in this country, who left the workforce during COVID, who still aren't back, but also who were never pursuing careers before COVID. The first group of people that got hit the hardest in COVID economically were Black women, because they were filling lowest wage jobs in hospitality, in restaurants, wage jobs that had some flexibility because many of them were also managing kids at home. And so now, as we look at what we're going to do as a country to get stronger and smarter and better, something like childcare isn't how do we hook people up? How do we economically empower this country for all adult Americans, but for businesses to broaden out who they can hire? And so when we think about these changes that we're making, we shouldn't just think about it, how do we help that person? In creating this, in something like an expanded child tax credit, where you actually have the money to make sure your kids have full bellies before they go to school that day, and to make sure you can cover some sort of childcare so you can go get a job. Having that job and that pride associated with it is hugely empowering to yourself and the next generation. So even if these are programs that you might not think impact you, when they impact the country around you, they make everyone better and smarter. And so I just impress upon you today that if you can inject some patience in when you approach problems, when you approach businesses, when you approach the things you want and you need, and think about how our actions don't just impact us immediately, but in the longer, bigger term. And also inject some love. And think about how you want to treat people you know and people you don't know. And what does it cost you to give someone the benefit of the doubt? Are you going to get burned sometimes? Sure, absolutely. But actually approaching every situation with optimism and an open heart and an open mind will give you a much better and easier lifestyle in the immediate and in the world around you. And I'm so sorry I couldn't be there with you today. John is a friend and a hero of mine. What he's done in terms of financial literacy, right? Everybody in this country cares about their money. I believe everybody would like to have more money, but first, we deserve the right to understand what it means and how it works. And for those of us who do know those things, please try to teach others, because everybody deserves to have a chance to win. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, and I hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Stephanie. Continued success and blessings. She was here live a few years ago, and I got a chance to meet her. And as I said, you can see her, I know for sure, on East Coast time, every Monday through Friday, 9 o'clock in the morning on MSNBC. Love you, Steph. Thank you. Okay, I'm truly honored to introduce our next guest. She has been dedicated and innovative public service who is passionate about growing an economy that works for everyone. First as governor of Rhode Island, and now as United States Secretary of Commerce, she has made it her main mission to create jobs for working class Americans and to ensure that those who care for us are cared for back. Please help me welcome the United States Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo. Good morning. And joining her is our chair, John Hope Bryant.
My friend, how are you?
I am so happy to be with you. How are you doing? I'm terrific.
You remind me of our last in-person meeting before the pandemic when you were governor of Rhode Island. Just the office is bigger. The flags are more robust. Your territory has expanded.
I hope you still have your Hope license plate.
I still have. So she issued me a Rhode Island Hope license plate, which I have never tried using on the road, but it is framed in my office. But you have the same warm spirit, the same humanity that you had when we were governor. The thing I like about my friends is how normal they are. The power hasn't, Stephanie Ruhle, who was just on before us, I didn't even know she was coming on right after me because I quoted her in the last session. She's talking about something that you're passionate about, expanding the table and adding a seat, expanding a table and adding a chair. And that's what you did when you were governor in Rhode Island, where we partnered together on the jobs initiative during the pandemic, getting the private sector to come to the table to create jobs and opportunities for those business opportunities for the small businesses, and then job opportunities for residents who were unfortunately left out and left behind and isolated because of the pandemic. But you refused to take no for an answer. And you've taken that same vision and you applied it at the federal level in your new role, which I'm so proud of, as Secretary of Commerce. Ambassador Andrew Young, who's my co-host and was here just last night, will be here in a few hours, he says coincidence is God's way of staying anonymous. I think it's no coincidence that you're in this role at this point, at this time, doing this job. I want to talk about, I keep saying, Ms. Secretary, that we're living in a moment in history. But history does not feel historic when you're sitting in it. It just feels like another day. I want to talk about whether you believe this is just a blip on the screen and a problem and an opportunity, the pandemic, and an opportunity, meaning more GDP growth and stability to get through, or whether you believe like me that this is a reset. And I think a 50 to 100 year opportunity to set things right. I call it the third reconstruction. You and I have talked about this, for all people. But we have about 5 or 10 years to get it right at scale. And if you believe that, what do you think are some of the fundamental pieces in place to make that happen? And maybe if you believe that, which I think you do, that explains why you're putting so much energy into doing things and implementing things that are bigger than the problems that we face right now. Ms. Secretary.
Yeah. So again, it's great to be with you. And I so truly admire you, as I do with many of my friends. And I love the work you're doing.
Thank you.
And want you to continue with the passion and strength and vigor that you always have. The question of whether this is a transformation is, honestly, I think it's up to us. It could go both ways. It could go both ways, and shame on us if we don't turn it into a transformation. So we have a moment in front of us now that I think we have to answer the moment. It's on us. Are we going to make big, bold investments in housing and mental health and childcare so that we can, as you say, have this transformational moment, so that 10 years from now, we look back and say, that was the moment when, as a country, we got serious about equity, leveling the playing field, making a seat at the table for women, kids who are struggling with poverty or learning differences or mental illness, people who've been left out or marginalized. That's what the moment requires. And if we step up and make those fundamental changes to our institutions, to our social norms, to our laws, to the way we spend money, then this will have been the transformational moment that it ought to be. If we get weak in the knees and just try to, make a little bit of investments here and there, nibble around the edges of equity, avoid the really uncomfortable truths and discussions, then we'll miss it. And I don't know when we'll have this chance again.
Yes. And yes, that last part, I'm not sure we're going to have this chance again, because rainbows only follow storms. You're going to have a rainbow without a storm first. And certainly we've been through the storm, and now we're trying to frame out that rainbow and do it in a way that includes all of God's children. It's really important that you, as a result of this, have a common touch. You can operate at the 30,000 foot level, but you also understand what's happening at the 30-foot level. How's your background growing up? I know your story, but the public, I don't think, may not as much. They just see a member of the president's cabinet for the largest economy on the planet, the sole superpower in the world, and they assume maybe that everything's always been rosy and great for you. Can you tell the audience a little bit about how your background growing up has informed how you lead in this moment?
Yeah. It's interesting you say 30,000 foot and 30 feet. For me, the only thing that matters is the 30 feet. Like, what's going on in America at this moment for the everyday family? So, I will say I have been so lucky in my life, but it hasn't always been easy. Definitely not always been easy. We struggled as a kid when my dad lost his job. There were skinny Christmases and anxiety over finances. Certainly, I was never poor, but, always worked however many jobs was necessary to get through college, came out of law school massively indebted, have had my share of ups and downs, and that motivates me. I've also seen my family struggle. I've seen my dad, when you take a man who was proud of his work and put him out of work unceremoniously in his late 50s, he never really recovered, not just financially, but emotionally.
Self-esteem.
Pride. Yeah, and by the way, it was tough on my mom, tough on her family. So, you see these things, and it really motivates me. In my case, I would say education was really the ticket. You know, sometimes I'll look outside and I'll see a handful of kids crammed into an old car in the back seat. Mom and dad clearly tired, or maybe just mom or dad clearly tired in the front seat.
Yep.
And I look at that and I'm like, that was me.
Yep.
You know, my grandfather lived with us in the house, my brother, my sister, me, squished into a small house. I was that kid in the back seat, and here I am, you know, in the cabinet, Ivy League education, my own children flourishing. Well, you know, my dad went to college on the GI Bill. I got through because of the grace of God, a lot of good luck, public education, public buses, public libraries. You know, you're a fool if you think you did it on your own.
That's right.
You're a fool, and I'm not that foolish
Yep.
to think I did it on my own.
Yep.
I have enough humility to know I didn't. And that's what motivates me every day. Be there for people. You know, I'm in the fight now with the president to bring about public pre-K.
Yep.
Every 4-year-old, 5-year-old deserves a chance to get a good start in life.
That's right. That's right. They're applauding for you here on that. Yep. You talk about the care economy often. I'm going to connect this, Madam Secretary, with the plight of women and how during this pandemic, 3+ million women did not get back to work because I think they're concerned about their children and what's going to happen with them when they go back to work. What's the state of daycare and home care and the state of schools and health? And society may not fully appreciate the burdens on them, women in society. You have, of course, a unique perspective in that regard. But you walk in rooms, and I've never seen you play games, even when people are playing games with you. What is your take what is your sense of what you can do in your role to bring other folks up the ladder with you in your role as Secretary of Commerce to include all of God's children in this plan for opportunity? And does that in any way dovetail with this thing I call the third Reconstruction? I've said the first Reconstruction was after slavery, and that was basic freedom. Second Reconstruction was during the Civil Rights Movement. We're in the same ballroom where Dr. King met with Andrew Young, Ambassador Andrew Young and others, to pivot toward poverty. The second Reconstruction was about getting a job and getting access. It's the third and freedom. The third Reconstruction is about economics or social justice through an economic lens. So financial literacy for all, wealth creation for those at the bottom of the pyramid, specifically the 1 Million Black Business Initiative that you and I have been talking about. Financial coaching for all, getting people a laddering system so that people have the credit score and the access, the opportunity to compete at a level playing field, and corporate inclusion. Take that any way you want to go.
Yeah, so two things. I think we have to be real about the fact that the past year and a half has been brutal on women. Yeah. Brutal. It has been a struggle to get through the day every day for so many women and moms in America. Lack of childcare, schools closed, put out of work because of COVID, can't pay the healthcare bills. So if we are serious about equity, and oh, by the way, if we're serious about giving women a chance to get back into the workforce, we better make investments in public pre-K. Pre-K should be free, period. A kid goes to school at 5, ought to be able to go to school at 4. Better make investments in childcare.
Yeah.
It's insane that we have to choose between going to work or, taking care of our kids.
Yep.
It's insane that most people spend more on childcare than a mortgage or their rent. So I think we have to get beyond the happy talk and make necessary investments to enable women to live their lives, take care of their kids, and be productive in the workforce. On the other issue you said, I know equity is a buzzword at the moment, but let's just think about the lived experience of so many Black and brown people in America. you know, maybe born into poverty, maybe don't have a house, no housing security, maybe, you know, don't get a chance to go to school until they're 5, go to a dilapidated public school where they don't get a great education. Starting in high school, their cops walk in the halls of the high school. They pass through metal detectors to get in the school. Maybe they get arrested in the school for some minor violation. They're headed, they have that on their record. Can we honestly say that we care about equity and we're, you know, giving these kids a fair shot? So the world that I think the president envisions, and certainly that I support, is getting kids off to a decent start with housing that is secure and safe and free of lead and clean water with no lead in the water, going to a vibrant, flourishing public school where there is equity and where these kids have a chance, where if you have a learning difference or not, or you show up on day one behind or not, there's, you know, a customized education experience for you. And you come out of high school with a job if you need it, or a path to college if you need it. That's the real stuff of equity that I think we just have to make a reality. And we can, of course we can. We just have to be committed to doing it.
So I know we aren't ready to talk about it now, but I do want the audience to know that I am working with, my team is working with the Secretary's team in Commerce around these initiatives that she just mentioned, most notably creating wealth through business, whether it's Black business, Latino business, Asian business, women-owned business, that this is her mandate, and hopefully we have something that we will be able to share with the public soon. And I'm honored to also have been selected as an Advocate of the Year for MBDA, which is part of the Department of Commerce, about a month ago. Thank you. So as we pivot here, Madam Secretary, and look toward the future, a lot of what you've talked about, I see embedded in the new infrastructure bill. We're talking about roads and bridges, which is essential. We're 13th in infrastructure in the world. That is unacceptable for the largest economy in the world. I've said, you didn't say it, I'm saying it, but we are at war, an economic war with interests in the world who want to be us. Not a war of bombs and bullets, but an economic war where they want to replace us as a leader in the world. They want our freedom, they want our way of life. I've often said everybody wants to be an American but Americans, because we're arguing with each other. But this is serious, and this infrastructure bill is critical to our competitiveness for the future. But there's a human capital part of that, which really you just talked about. That the soft skills and the retraining to prepare us for the economy of the future, which is economic in nature. These things you just mentioned have an economic, correct me if I'm wrong, an economic knock-on effect. Is that right?
Absolutely. No, so let me say, you mentioned the infrastructure package. I'm so happy you brought it up. Let's talk about what it is. You know, in this infrastructure package, it's the largest federal investment in public transit in history. How do people get to work and school? Public transit, buses, subways, etc. This is the biggest in history. It's the largest investment in repairing and reconstructing our nation's bridges since the start of the interstate highway system.
Wow.
You know, I used to joke in Rhode Island that you have to say your prayers when you go over the bridge because some of them are so old and creaky, it shouldn't be that way. It's enough money to make sure that every single American has access to high-speed, affordable, reliable broadband. We've got to close the digital divide. Absolutely, close that digital divide. So, you know, it's enough money to get rid of all the lead pipes in America so every kid can have clean water, regardless of where they live. And by the way, in the process of doing all that, laying fiber for broadband, fixing roads, bridges, and schools, you know what we're going to do? Create a massive number of jobs.
That's right.
And let's make sure that those jobs go to women and men, you know, people of color, who have too often been shut out of some of these big infrastructure projects and union membership.
Yeah.
So I think this is just such a massive opportunity. And I love, one of the things I've always loved about you is you don't shy away from the fact that, yes, this is about economics. Like, this is about making sure that people who've been left out can make some money, can build some wealth, can take care of their families. There's nothing wrong about that. And so it's having skills, it's getting a job, it's having financial literacy tools, it's having a chance in the workplace. And that's kind of all we're talking about here. All these investments enable that productivity.
Well, as we're wrapping up now, I know you got a country to help lead, and I thank you for being with us today. This is really, as you and President Biden have said, this is building back better. This is about a vision for all of us. This is not a partisan issue. This is a time where all of us should be coming together, white and black, red and blue, to produce some more green, some more economics, and some more sustainability for all of us. I have friends, Secretary, who say, oh, I hate rich people. No, you don't. You hate rich people till you become rich. What you hate is a game system. What you hate is a system that doesn't include you. And for those who don't understand where her money comes from, it comes from you and me, taxpayers. We need more people paying taxes, contributing to the system. These things she's talking about creates GDP, gross domestic product, because better roads and infrastructure and better educated people create more income. It is a mission and a vision that we're all in this thing together. Madam Secretary, thanks for all you do. Remember that no good deed shall go unpunished, but do good anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep the faith, keep fighting. This will be a transformative moment if we make it so. So let's stay at it and make it that way.
Can we please say thank you to the Secretary of Commerce?
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye, my friend.
Thank you for having me.
Honored. God bless you.
Known as a charismatic leader, visionary, and entrepreneur, Bishop T.D. Jakes serves as a senior pastor of the Potter's House, a global humanitarian organization. His mission is to extend a hand of help to the needy, a heart of compassion to the hurting, and bring a message of empowerment to the disenfranchised. Bishop Jakes' love for people goes beyond the church through ministries including MegaCare, a local national and international outreach organization, as well as the Texas Offenders Reentry Initiative, an organization to rehabilitate formerly incarcerated individuals. His messages inspire and encourage leaders to excel on their own level. In addition to pastoring to 30,000 church members, Bishop Jakes became the first clergyman to host a national talk show for a mainstream audience. He also heads an award-winning music label, is a New York Times best-selling author, and a filmmaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bishop T.D. Jakes.
We are thrilled to have this next gentleman with us. I did an interview with him a couple of times, and one of the ones we talked about was instinct. And I said to Bishop Jakes, I said, your instinct took you from West Virginia to Houston, didn't it? And he said, yes. And that's where his life really, truly changed. And so we are very thrilled, ladies and gentlemen, now joining us live, not from Houston, but from Dallas. Please welcome the one and only Bishop T.D. Jakes.
Yes!
Bishop. And joining him,
yes!
our chairman,
yes!
John Hope Bryant.
Bishop!
Hello, how are you?
Well, no, hold on. I just want everybody to hear that voice one more time. So,
hello.
The brother just makes smart sexy.
You're kind.
Oh, I love you, man. And I love our friendship and our brotherhood, and I love your soul. This is personally one of my most favorite interviews because he's gonna bring you so much in a short period of time that will check many boxes in and for your life. You know him as Bishop. He is, he's known worldwide, he's known by all races of people. But he really is as close as we get to a black bishop, a black pope, respectfully said, for black America in the world. His legend is global. But people then tend to put him in a glass box and then don't let him escape from that narrative and don't understand he's a whole and rich and well-rounded person who also has pain, also has challenges, also has a story. My favorite conversations with Bishop are conversations at midnight at 1 in the morning, where we're both off duty and just talking about life. You may not know that he was born in Charleston, I believe it's Charleston, West Virginia. I think that's right. Where my wife was born, Shatra. She's like, woo woo. And that's one of the connections. You also have a connection with Ambassador Young. I forget the details, but it's the same small town where Jean Charles Young was born. Is that right?
Yes.
So you can tell
my mother was born where his wife was born in Marion, Alabama.
So that's where Ambassador met the first love of his life. So Bishop, let's first start by unpacking you. Not Bishop T.D. Jakes, but the man who struggled and challenged his way and dreamed his way as a dreamer with a shovel in his hand, as Dr. Dorothy Height would tell us, to get to Dallas. And then I want to pivot. I'm going to tell you, give me advance notice. I'm going to pivot to the part of your life that folks don't know so well, which is the part of building T.D. Jakes Enterprises and the entrepreneur T.D. Jakes and what you're doing now, which I'm so excited about. But first, let's go behind the curtain of your soul.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and hello to everybody. I'm delighted to have this opportunity for the next few minutes to share with you just brief excerpts out of my life and some of my thoughts about where I think we as a people need to be moving forward. I grew up on a dirt road in the hills of West Virginia, in a poor house, in a 2-bedroom house with 3 kids, and a very, very deplorable situation. But I didn't know it was deplorable because it was all all I had experienced, and all I was familiar with. And that did not change until my father became more entrepreneurial and my mother started back to teaching school once the kids got up to a certain age where she could afford to leave us and go to work. And then our whole lives began to move forward after that manner. Growing up in the house with an entrepreneur and a school teacher reflects in the way that I think today. And I think it has a lot to do with me being an orator on one hand and a business person on the other hand. By the way, I have been bivocational almost all of my life. I have never been purely a minister, not in West Virginia. T.D. Jakes Enterprises is older than the Potter's House, established in Dallas. Very few people know that. Wow. I've always been entrepreneurial all of my life, whether I worked for Union Carbide and pastored on the side. I guess because I was raised by a father who didn't think in terms of a job. He thought in terms of being entrepreneurial. He thought in terms of ownership. My mother thought in terms of ownership. She owned lots of real estate in Charleston. The street was named after her. They paved it. She bought all the houses on the street, collected rent, even when she had Alzheimer's and couldn't remember that she owned them anymore. So that kind of influence makes up the recipe of the way in which I think, and I think all of us are in some way a product of how we were raised.
Yeah. And you clearly, as we talk, a lot of your posse, your crew, you brought with you from that small town. Some of you have gone on to glory in this pandemic period. And I remember how much that touched your heart and how you've worked hard to honor them by doing more. Again, that personal, intimate side of your soul, rainbows after storms. So how do you think you've done with the original vision? I think I know what the answer is thus far. And where do we go from here?
I think let me talk a little bit about what we have done, because I think a lot of people don't realize all they see is the preaching. That's all that we put on TV is the preaching. And so they define you totally by the preaching. But T.D. Jakes Enterprises, as the lead-in said, has done quite a bit of films. We're getting ready to do 2 more films with Lifetime. We're doing films with other companies, and we're getting ready to announce a new film that I can't announce right now that I'm very excited about. All of that has been going on. What they don't realize is our Texas Offenders Reentry Initiative has taken former inmates, has the lowest rate of recidivism of any entity of its kind. 30,000 inmates have gone through our program. It's a 2-year program. We do graduation services for them after we teach them life skills, get them GEDs, have anger management classes, whatever we need to have to help them to assimilate back into society more effectively. 5 prisons, now 7 prisons have been shut down in Texas, in part as a result of the low rates of recidivism. We're really working hard to make a change where it really, really matters and help people to be upwardly mobile. I have also started to build a coalition of CEOs who are interested in offering entry-level positions to people in spite of their incarceration. And I think that's very important. You can't tell people not to go back to crime. If you can't get an apartment, nobody will rent to you. Nobody will let you buy a house, and nobody will hire you. You have nowhere else to go. So hats off to the major corporations who have opened their eyes and ears to reentry level positions, entry level positions, creating those opportunities. And I have tried to leverage my platform to get meetings that perhaps not everybody could get with people that not everybody could get them with, to be a voice for people who do not have a voice so that we can make a change in that regard. I've since started TD Jakes Real Estate Ventures, which is designed to use some of these opportunity zones to create upward mobility without creating gentrification. We don't want people coming in, buying up our neighborhoods and pushing us further and further out. So these are mixed income housing experiences in various parts of the country that I own up under a for-profit initiative that we're developing with live, work, and play spaces, mixed income, closing food deserts, putting in grocery stores, creating retail, creating jobs in those communities for underserved communities so that we'll have a fighting chance at a better tomorrow. We're raising capital stacks and taking advantage of those opportunities across the country to help those communities to assimilate and to progress and to attain upward mobility so that they can have a chance at a great life. Some of that comes from the fact that as a pastor, when I call people to prayer, most people are asking God for what they call a miracle is rent, it's housing, it's food equity, it's health, it's things that are not necessarily miracles. I mean, call God when you want to part the Red Sea. When you need a job, it shouldn't be a miracle. A house shouldn't be a miracle. A car shouldn't be a miracle. I want to change our miracle list so that we begin to think a little differently and attain a little differently.
And
those have been the major things that we've been focused on. Our foundation has got STEM programs we just sponsored, we partnered with Frito-Lay in sponsoring all of the DISD school systems, which are mostly in underserved areas, to have an opportunity to go see Hamilton. We paid for their tickets to have an experience that would connect them with STEAM programs, that's science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, not just the production itself, but how it is produced, the technology behind how it is produced, so that we can get our children inspired, not only to be on stage, but to become a stage, to own films, to produce products, to learn how to code, to learn how to do graphic arts design so that they will be marketable for the future. We're really trying to get our children ready for tomorrow. And by the way, John, we did a summer camp, STEAM program, summer camp, where we expected 500 kids. We got 5,000 kids enrolled in this STEAM program. There is a hunger in minority communities to be included in a visionary program if they can see themselves, if they can see representations of themselves. If you can't see it, you can't be it.
That's right. That's right. And by the way, he means science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM. So I want to say a couple things about Bishop that you should be feeling, but I want to make clear. He's a very humble man. He's very smart, extremely smart. In fact, I think he's one of the top 5 black business people I've ever met in my life. Maybe the top 10 business people, period. It's separate from his ecumenical mission. And when the first time, and part of being smart is being curious. I asked Quincy Jones, how'd you get so smart? He said, I'm just nosy as hell. I want to know everything about everything. The first time I had a substantive conversation with Bishop, we've seen each other, whatever. Shatra and I were chilling late one night, and he calls. Can I have a minute? Bishop T.D. Jakes, it's like the president calling. United States, sure, whatever you want. And he asked me a question. He wanted advice. Let this sink in now. Think about everybody you know walking around with sunglasses on at night, acting like they're more than they are, acting like they know more than they know, won't ask a question, arrogant, pompous, the smartest Janice Brian Howroy, the second largest black business in America, $3 billion in revenue, sitting right here in the front row, female black business, always asking questions. Just this morning asked me a question. Can't she sit at my table? But she's always asking questions. But Bishop is always asking questions. He's curious. He wants to know everything. And to tell you something else, his nonprofit, his ecumenical piece, completely separate, firewalls. Listen to me now, firewalls from his for-profit. Because he realized when you're black, you're born on probation. You got to be twice as smart, twice as intelligent, get up twice as early, stay up twice as late, work twice as hard, and be twice as honest. And he is that role model. Listen to me now. Read his books, follow him. He's that role model. Nobody's perfect, but he's perfect in his imperfection. He really is what you see. A good, honest, authentic, smart, passionate person. Bishop, tell us what you're doing here in Atlanta in this big vision you have here, and how does this all fold in?
We're in the final stages of closing. We've presented our plans. We expect them to be accepted within the next 24 hours. We're getting 95 acres of what was Fort Mack, was originally a Confederate Army base, where Tyler Perry Studios is on one side. We're going to be on the other side with mixed income housing, all the things I talked about, grocery stores, retail stores, live, work places for kids to play, interact with each other, as well as hotels and upward mobility, yet creating opportunities for workforce housing. One of the great problems we have in most of our cities is that most of the people who work in the city can't afford to live in the city they work in. We want to solve some of those problems by creating an opportunity for the nurse, for the custodian, for the police officer to be able to afford to live in the city that they're protected.
Yeah.
That has changed now. The prices have become so exorbitant that the average person can't afford to live anywhere near where they're going to work. So their gas bills are going up, their travel bills are going up, their transportation is becoming more expensive. We're trying to solve some of those problems and creating upward mobility. We got 95 acres of land that we have designed as one of our, what we're calling Bishop's Village. There are various communities that we're going to do there and in other parts of the United States. Because I'm at the state now in my life that I want to see the word made flesh. I don't want to preach a sermon. I want to see one.
Did you hear that? I don't want to just preach a sermon. I want to see one.
Yeah, it's about word being made flesh. A lot of times we get the most kudos because we make the most noise, but making noise isn't making change.
Woo!
You have to understand the difference. You can impress a crowd making noise, but you can change the world making change. And making change isn't always done in big rooms. It's done in small rooms. It's done in meetings. It's done in boardrooms. It's done behind closed doors. It's not the big opulent, I'm out in the middle of the street yelling at everybody. Those are not the things that make change. It does draw attention, and we do need attention drawn to issues. I'm not minimizing the importance of that. But once we've drawn attention to the issue, the change is made in small rooms. And I want a seat at the table in the small room where the changes are going to be made, where the monies are going to be allocated, where the grants are going to be released, where the doors are going to be opened, so that we can have a legacy. I'm not worried about me. I'm almost 65 years old. I'm worried about my grandchildren.
Yeah.
I'm worried about my grandchildren having a world that they can live in and breathe air and have water and own a house and drive a car and have the kind of life or better than their white counterparts.
So I'm hearing a couple things. I'm hearing a movement from not just civil rights in the streets, but what we call silver rights in the business suites.
Absolutely. Civil rights and also intellectual rights. I think it's important that we think multidimensionally. I teach at our church, when they say shake your money maker, shake your head, because it's what's going on right here that's going to make the difference in your life.
Mindset.
Mindset is everything. Multidimensional mindsets, not allowing yourself to be influenced by monodimensional thinkers who put you in a category and say, for example, Denzel Washington is an actor. Well, that's true, but he's also a producer. He is also an owner. He's also a business person. He's also a director. He's also a thinker. To say Oprah Winfrey is a talk show host, but she also owns OWN and does all sorts of enterprises and involved in all sorts of investments and other types of business. T.D. Jakes is a preacher. Yes, that's true, but I also own several for-profit companies, produced films, have written 12 New York Times bestsellers, done a lot of other things other than that. The point I'm making to you is, do not allow people to lock you down by how they define you and put a period where God put a.
As Reverend Murray would say, it's not what people call you, it's what you answer to that's important, and never ever answer out of your name. And then I added, to argue with a fool proves there are two. As we wrap here, as we tighten this up, Bishop, you're one of the few people in this program who can give permission. I don't think people have permission to dream. They think this narrow monolithic view that you got to do this, but you can't do this. Can you do well and do good at the same time? Can you be a pastor and also respectfully, done properly, segregated, an entrepreneur? Can we pursue wealth appropriately? Because as I understand the Bible, it's not money that's bad, it's the love of money that's bad. I'm going to wrap this up with a question. I'll tie this with a question I asked you. I called you the other day, and as you know, you're the only person I called to ask for advice on this one thing, this one decision I had to make. Because I thought that you were the most well-equipped person to give me counsel. It was a business decision I needed to make. Not a spiritual one, a business decision. And you gave me brilliant advice. If you're going to give this audience advice, what should you be focusing on in the next 5 or 10 years? What things you should be trying to do to advance your life as we reset? Let's go.
Part of the advice is in the question itself. I think that we are so focused on the present that we're not thinking about the future. I think you need at least a 10-year strategy. I think you need to put your efforts into building for a world we haven't seen yet.
Ooh.
If you're driving a Volkswagen, you can wait till you get to the corner to turn. But if you're driving an 18-wheeler, you have to plan the turn and start shifting before you get to the corner. The world is coming to a corner, and if we don't shift right now, economically, academically, intellectually, and even spiritually, we won't be ready to make the turn. So we will watch once again the generation make a turn that we stand in the stands and clap for, but we never get in the field and play the game.
Man, I wish you were here. I'd kiss you on the forehead and give you a hug.
Right there, buddy.
People also don't know you have a sense of humor. Is there anything as we wrap? I'm so excited to have you here, man. Isn't he fantastic? Is there any drop the mic that you want to leave? Drop the mic, thought, message, memory?
To the CEOs, to the corporate leaders, we need to work together. We need a partnership, not just between you and elected officials, but between the elected officials, spiritual leaders, CEOs, community leaders, we're dealing with the same people. It is not just about profit, it is about purpose.
Yes.
If you make all the money in the world, but the environment around you crumbles, what good will the money do? So it is possible to do purpose and still do profit. It is possible to do good and still do well. The two things don't have to be mutually exclusive. And the final petition I want to make on behalf of my foundation to the CEOs, I'm hearing too many CEOs saying that they cannot find intelligent, articulate, educated Black people to assume corporate level positions of management and executive level positions. Let me help you. That's what our foundation does. They're in my choir. They're on my usher board. They do exist. They're all around you. They're everywhere. They come in every color. Just because they're not in your bubble doesn't mean they're not in your world. And our foundation is designed to create pathways between what you need to fulfill your obligation for diversity, inclusion, and equity. Diversity, it might mean meeting a quota. It's like inviting me to dance. But as Sil often says, when you have inclusion is going beyond inviting me to the dance and bringing me out on the floor. We want to be included. Some of the mistakes and the costly mistakes that are being made in corporate America are being made because you don't have diversity in the boardrooms where the decisions are made. And you think they don't exist because they're not on the golf course with you. But they do exist. They are in the world. And the commitment of TD Jakes Foundation is to be a bridge between supply and demand so that we can have a more equitable world, a more just society, and a more vibrant economy.
By the way, we're closed. We're over time. But I just felt that this deserved a couple more minutes. I hope you don't mind. And you should all know that the person that both Bishop Jakes and I go to for advice and counsel is Ambassador Andrew Young. So everybody needs somebody. Everybody needs somebody. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Don't be afraid to ask for counsel. Don't be afraid to lend your hand and extend your hand to lift somebody up even as you rise. Lift somebody up even as you rise. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in saying thank you to my brother from another mother, Bishop T.D. Jakes.
Thank you, everybody.
Standing ovation, T.D.
As a working single mother, I want to have something to leave not only to my daughter, but to my grandchildren and to my future legacy that I hope to have. My name is Tasha Hall Garrison. I currently serve as the Community Development Administrator for City of College Park. For Operation Hope, I actually found out about you all through SunTrust, or now Truist Bank. My New Year's resolution was to get a house. Like, for whatever reason, it really was kind of me just like, I can do this. I know I can do it. My credit getting better. And I walked in the bank and was like, I want to apply for a mortgage. And I knew the branch manager. She took me in and we talked, and I kind of talked about my credit score and I talked about my income. And she just said, hey, before I put your information in the system, I think that there's a group that you should talk to that would help you to budget for home ownership. What Operation Hope did for me was it gave me an accountability partner. One thing that I loved about my home buying experience is I first went to the first time home buyers class offered by Operation Hope. I recommend it to anyone. They had anyone and everyone that I could come across in my home buying process in that one room. And the inspector that I actually got for my house was the same inspector I had met through that class. The hardest part was finding a home in my specific area that was also in my price range, but I also got to see what was really important to me. Being in my home feels amazing, mostly because I have the freedom to truly express myself the way I want to. The very first thing I did in my home was paint my daughter's room purple. And I did it myself. It was so freeing to just be able to choose a color and put it on the wall and know that whatever color I chose or whatever wall I chose, I had my own permission and I didn't need anyone else's. The work that Operation Hope does is important to our community because specifically as African Americans, we do not have the generational wealth legacy that other cultures or races may experience. I was fortunate to come from a family that had property ownership in its background and in its history, but for many of my friends, that was not the situation. Many of my friends are first-time college graduates, they're first-time entrepreneurs, and they didn't have that mentorship to be able to tell them the decisions and help them through the process. So Operation Hope specifically is needed for the Black community because it gives us an educational leverage point. And education cannot be taken away from you once you receive it. It's something that you can pass on and on and on like a used book.
Learning and changing lives all the time. Next up, joining John, please give a warm welcome to the Chief Retail Community Banking Officer from Truist, Mr. Brant Standridge. And of course, he's talking with John Hope Bryant.
Truist is in the house. It's funny.
It's all right.
The Truist fan club is in the house. I will tell you, I thought Truist was a crappy name. I told Bill Rogers this. I said, "What are you guys doing? And what's this purple thing going on? You're not Prince." The color of the company is like a mellow purple. What's the?
No, it's dark purple. It's
dark purple. Oh, excuse me, it's a dark purple. But so you have BB&T and SunTrust that came together, and I get to interview my friend Bill Rogers during the forum, who's now the new CEO, which is pretty cool. And we'll talk about that at another time. But when BB&T and SunTrust came together and created Truist, my first reaction was you need to keep the SunTrust name. I mean, that's what Coca-Cola came from, and all this history, and the Coca-Cola formula was in the vaults of SunTrust, and all this history, blah, blah, blah. And of course, you guys took none of my counsel there. And I was just sitting back going, what the heck's going on over there? It's a bank, but it's not called a bank, it's called Truist, and what is a Truist, and what's this crazy color? I love the color, but is that a bank color? And clearly, you guys knew exactly what you were doing. First of all, the color is very cool.
Well, we chose the color because it wasn't a bank color. No one else had it. And the other point I would make is that Bishop Jakes earlier in his comments about thinking about things 7 years, 10 years down the road, that's kind of how we thought about the name as well. It's how do we position the organization to thrive 10 years from now or 15 years from now. And we felt a new name and a new brand gave us a really fantastic opportunity to do that.
Yeah, well, it stands out. You remember it. I think it's a play on true. We never had this conversation, but true or truth.
Or trust.
Trust, truth, and trust. Interesting. I think it's no accident you left bank off the name, even though we all know you're a bank, so that you can have a broader range or scope. And what you guys have been doing, which I've had a front row seat on, at least a second row seat on, I'm extremely impressed. Let me say this. PhDs are good, and PhDs are better. And you can judge somebody a lot by what they actually do. Not what they say, what they do. I've not mentioned a lot of numbers during this forum of who's done this and who's done that. In fact, I don't believe I've mentioned any number other than I mentioned Shopify because you got to, when somebody's $130 million, that's meaningful in anybody's picture book. I mentioned the young lady last night, $50,000 backing Operation Hope, backing that. But I've mentioned very few numbers. unless they're meaningful. Let me mention a number. Got to think about this before I say it to make sure I'm accurate. The largest commitment to Operation Hope from a FDIC-insured bank at one time in America's history is this new bank that I talked mess about that invested in Operation Hope $20 million. $20 million. And it's not the what, it's the how. We had several conversations. And by the way, I want you to understand, Brant is looking here, he's smooth, he's got his beautiful suit on. But Brant's the first member of his family to go to college. Don't let the suit fool you. Brant's father was a mechanic, is that right? Right here in Georgia.
That's right.
So you understand the struggles of people. You understand the common man. So we were talking backstage, recounting some of our conversations where I will intentionally sort of probe people to see how deep their commitment is. And if you walk away from our conversation, then I don't need to bother with you. You don't need to bother with me. We're both free to go do something else. And Brant just kept coming back for more. We'd go deeper. He'd come back for more. And then one day I just got edgy with him. Remember this conversation?
I do.
And I said, look, this has got to go beyond philanthropy. We don't need a handout. We need a hand. That's right. We need to be taught how to fish. Don't give me a fish. Unless I'm hungry, then fine. But beyond that, we need sustainability. These communities are markets. They are future customers. We deserve respect of consideration as a customer. We need to be prepared for the big game. And I think you should treat this as a business opportunity. And I waited for you to hang up the phone. And what did you do?
Well, that's exactly what we've done. And, you know, as John, as you know, and you and I had that conversation that day, both BB&T and SunTrust in coming together, both organizations had a really long history of supporting communities and through the foundation and through our efforts each day. But the pivot we felt that was important to make, and you pointed out, is the pivot to thinking about this as an opportunity not only to do good, but also to expand the market. And if you read anything about disruption and industries that are disrupted, disruptors always enter in the component of the market that's not served well. And there's a large portion of the US population that financial institutions largely have struggled to serve well. And that bears out in the statistics. And so we view it as an opportunity to, as you say very, very well, do well, but also do good and also do well.
So to put some meat on this bone, and I don't know in what order I'm gonna say this, we left this conversation. The next thing I know, Brant, who is now, you're in charge of the entire consumer banking enterprise. For how big is this? It's the 6th largest bank in America, right?
That's right.
What's the assets?
500 billion, approximately.
So
500 billion.
No, say it again.
500 billion.
$500 billion. $billion. We left this meeting. Then I hear he's hired an executive to run an entire group focused on us as a business marketplace. Now I'm waiting for the bureaucracy. I'm waiting for what comes next. Okay, what is this person's job? Then I hear they're supersizing this commitment to us, and they went from a commitment to put us, to create a good number of Hope Inside locations with Operation Hope to, you have 2,000 branches?
We do.
Hold on now. They're going to put Hope Inside locations in 50% of all Truist branches. 50%. Listen to me. I'm going to say it again. We're talking about 1,000 branches within the Truist platform where you'll now be able to go directly or indirectly through hub locations or satellite locations connected to those hubs where people are trained, certified, work for me or work for them, who will help you get your credit score up. 54 points in 6 months is what we're doing. 120 points in 24 months. Nothing changes your life more than God or love than moving your credit score 120 points. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Half of black folks don't have a credit score below 640. I'm sorry, half of African Americans, not poor people, not struggling people, PhDs, advanced degrees, half of African Americans in the country have a credit score below 640, which means we're locked out of their free enterprise system. You be the nicest person in the world. Go to church every Sunday. Be decent. Go to work every day. But your credit score is 600, you're not getting a small business loan because it's considered risky credit. You're not getting a decent car loan. I don't care how nice you are. You're not getting a decent mortgage. You need 650, 680?
At least.
To get a decent, well-priced mortgage. My mother sitting here, her credit score is 854. She's not black, she's green. Every computer in America will just say yes to my mother. But half of us can't get access to credit. And what they're doing with this is saying, we believe. We're going to help, whether it's black and brown folks or poor white folks, we're going to help you get your credit score up. We're going to help you get your budget in place. We're going to help you become approvable and get the bank out of the no business. I'm sorry we can't do this. I'm sorry you've been declined. There's a notice coming to you in the mail. Please read that. Translation, we don't want to tell you no, you may sue us, so go read the credit report that comes in the mail. Let's just avoid the whole topic. Getting it out of the no business and back into the yes business. I know this does not sound radical. It's not radical, it's transformational. Give them a round of applause, please. Tell us how you're going to do this.
So John, a couple things I would say. When you think about it as an opportunity to expand the marketplace, one of the opportunities.
And this is not charity, right? This is not some handout.
Absolutely, this is about expanding the market potential, and interestingly, you have to meet individuals where they are, and so one of the things that we did with our partnership with Operation Hope is to actually go through a 60-day process, use the best analytical data mines that we have in the organization, and find out where we can make the biggest difference. So the reason that we're in 1,000 locations that you described is because we determined that in those 1,000 locations, we were within a distance of 5 million underserved bank clients.
Wow.
And so that gave us the opportunity, frankly, to reach more and in a different kind of way. We're also putting our resources at work in those same locations. So we have a team who deliver financial wellness inside of companies. And so we also took those resources and put them in the exact same 1,000 locations and 1,000 areas that we also have Operation Hope and Hope Inside. So it is, frankly, an opportunity for us to reach individuals that we can reach through our branch network. It's also an opportunity to reach individuals through 100,000 employers throughout our footprint. That's a significant opportunity for us. And for larger companies that employ thousands and thousands of people, we have a program called Truist Momentum that is a financial empowerment and education program that individuals enroll in, and we've impacted thousands and thousands of individuals through that program.
And you guys recently joined Financial Literacy for All.
Absolutely.
And as I understood, I mentioned this last night, but I don't know if I got the numbers right. As I understand it, any employee of Truist who goes through financial coaching and counseling, I guess through Momentum on up, you guys have actually, given that 64% of Americans before the pandemic did not have $400 for an unplanned event, you guys have put a $750 individual emergency savings account in place for every employee. Is that right?
That's exactly right.
$40 million.
Yeah. And when you think about our purpose, John, our purpose is to inspire and build better lives and communities. And when we put our new organization together to Truist, we determined that we were going to be a purpose-oriented company. That was going to drive everything we chose to do each day. There is the build component, which are the things that we do. There's also the inspire component. And our goal with what we're doing through Truist Momentum and the program that you just described is to not only create that for our teammates at Truist, but also inspire other large employers to do the same thing.
Yeah.
And we have a number of companies that have been engaged to do just that. One other point I want to just make, and I'm really proud of the work our team who's here has done on this effort, is that if you looked at the average account in America today versus pre-pandemic, it's about 50% greater. There's a significant amount of liquidity in the system right now because of a massive amount of stimulus and also because of enhancements to child tax credits.
Yep.
It's a generational savings opportunity.
Yep.
And when you share the statistic that you shared earlier about how many families aren't on that journey and therefore can't make that $400 unexpected bill,
Yep.
we see this as a massive opportunity to help individuals on that savings journey. So when you think about this from a how do we help and expand the market, we've done two things. One, our team has been very involved and created a toolkit that anyone in here can use that community organizations can use to ensure individuals know how to take advantage of these credits that exist for them.
Yep.
Because one of the things that the Treasury is struggling with is how do we reach families that may be eligible for credits but haven't received them. So our team has done quite a bit of work to ensure that we're enabling community organizations to be able to support their communities and take advantage of this opportunity.
You guys have also invested heavily in HBCUs.
We absolutely have.
Yeah.
One last comment I would make is if you look at the savings space, there hasn't been a tremendous amount of innovation in the last really 100 years. And we, midway through this year, actually partnered with an organization called Commonwealth. And Commonwealth is a think tank in the Northeast that has been very focused on increasing the savings rate in the United States. And so we partnered with them to create a new savings product that actually creates financial incentives for individuals to begin the savings journey. And we believe this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for individuals to start that, given the dynamics I described.
Yep.
We rolled that out mid-August as a pilot in a small group. We had 25,000 new savings accounts in the first 30 days.
Wow.
So it's an opportunity, and that's going back, when we think about this as an opportunity to expand the clients that we serve, we not only think about the education component, which is incredibly important, but also how do we improve access through better products and through services that support a greater percentage of the population.
We're over time, as usual, my fault. I've enjoyed this. You're a man of few words. It's really it's fascinating talking to you because you don't say a lot, but you do a lot, which is my kind of person. What do you leave this audience with if the challenge is this? There's this presumption that if you're a hardcore capitalist, you can't have a heart. If you're going to be a profitable company, you can't invest in people. That somehow investing in communities is a lost leader. That everything you do around helping the underserved or the least of these God's children is somehow charity, which just drives me nuts. What if I challenged you and said, as one of the leading banks in America, which makes you one of the leading banks in the world, with $500 billion in assets, you can actually have a business plan that drives brand equity, shareholder value, and profitability long-term by doing well and doing good too. What's your response to that?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, John. And when I think about our purpose, fundamentally our purpose is about making the pie larger. And so it's about having more individuals that have the ability to participate in what we have in this great country. And so I believe from a business perspective, the wealth gap is a real issue. And everything that business can do to actually expand the marketplace, expand those that are participating, it's good for all.
Sometimes you don't need a sermon. Sometimes you don't need excitement. Sometimes you just need $20 million and 1,000 branches. Somebody say thank you to Brant. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Brant, and thank you also to Truist, your incredible partnership. Well, I'm gonna mention you too. Ooh, he really wants it, doesn't he? All right. This incredible staff right now here at Hyatt is getting ready to start serving lunch, but we also have a special session for No Labels, from No Labels, a national movement of Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. Boy, do they all need to work together, working to bring our leaders together to solve America's toughest problems. We've honored that two of these leaders, Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer and Republican Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick, are joining Ryan Clancy to talk about how to get our government working together again.
I'm Ryan Clancy, lead strategist for No Labels. I'm lucky to have with me Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick, who represents Pennsylvania's 1st District. He's a Republican, and Josh Gottheimer, who represents New Jersey's 5th District. He's a Democrat. They're the co-chairs of the Problem Solvers Caucus. We're going to talk a little bit with both of them today about what they're working on. Thank you both for joining.
Thanks for having us.
Well, can we talk, and let's start with you, Congressman Gottheimer. Can you just talk a little bit about the district you represent and what you did before you came to Congress?
Sure. Well, thanks for having us. Really appreciate it. I represent the most northern part of the state of New Jersey, so it's a great district because it's got everything from farms, which I'm heading out to in a couple minutes, down to Hackensack, New Jersey, which is an urban area, and lots of suburbs in between. And before I was in Congress, I worked most recently at Microsoft and Ford Motor Company, and frankly ran for Congress for exactly the reason that I believe Brian did, because we were sick and tired of the screaming and the yelling and wanted to actually get things done. So I'm honored to be here with Mr. Fitzpatrick, who's literally right next door, close by in a nearby district. And so thanks again for having me.
Great. Congressman Fitzpatrick, a little bit about where you're from.
Yeah, actually, Josh could have just described my district the way he described his own. You know, we have rural, we have suburban, and we have a tad bit of urban. In the northern part of my district, you have Nockamixon, which is vastly open space. On the lower end of my district, you have Ben Salem, which borders the city of Philadelphia, and then suburbs in between. It really is a slice of America. This district that I represent is Pennsylvania's 1st District, which is mostly Bucks County, my home county. And like Josh said, you know, Josh and I came in together in the 115th Congress. I believe we both have the same core to the fiber of our being on just wanting to get things done and believing in the art of compromise and knowing that with every decision we make, we're either building a bridge or driving a wedge, and our caucus chooses to build bridges.
So can you both talk a bit about what the caucus is really trying to achieve and how it actually works? Maybe Congressman Gottheimer, let's start with you.
Sure. Well, for those who don't know, we co-chair the Problem Solvers Caucus, which are a group of 29 Democrats and 29 Republicans in the House. We come together every single week with one objective, which is to figure out where we can agree. I know that sounds crazy, but we're interested in the places where we can find, we get to 75% of us agreeing about something, and we stand together and vote together and as a block. And we've got a couple golden rules. One, you got to show up. Two, we always have to have it even between Democrats and Republicans, hence the 29-29. And three, we don't campaign against each other or work against each other, because that's how we aim to build trust and relationships, just like you would at home or at work. And so that we can find ways that we can actually, as Brian said, work on the art of compromise. And when we find 75% consensus on an issue, as I said, we all stand together. So it's really, to me, the most important thing going on in Washington right now, because we're the group interested in actually getting things done, not just tweeting nasty things, but finding solutions.
I mean, Congressman Fitzpatrick, maybe you could just talk a little bit about what it is that, you know, motivated you to get so involved in this, initially as a member of the caucus, and then of course you recently actually became the co-chair earlier this year.
Yeah, just as Josh said, I mean, what it is, it drives us to do this hard job, and it's a hard thing to run for the first time for sure. It's a hard time to to continue to get reelected, and it's a hard job to do. But the reason we do it is because, and I'm sure Josh gets this question all the time, as I do. You know, people always ask us the question: are things as bad as it seems on TV? And our caucus is why we can say no, it's not as bad as it seems on TV, because if they knew of our existence, which many people don't, by the way, and when we present to people, the question that we always get is, why can't there be more members of this caucus? So it's where people want us to be. It's what people are begging for in our government. Ryan, why did I join? Number one, my brother was my predecessor. He was a member. So certainly I became aware of the caucus through him. But secondly, I came in as an FBI agent, and I viewed the key to success in my job as an investigator was surrounding the table with people from completely different backgrounds at a time we were dealing with a time-sensitive crime problem, because we knew that that diversity of thought would lead to the best investigative plan, would allow us to be one step ahead of that criminal. I view the problem solvers as essentially the legislative version of that. Viewing diversity of thought as a strength, bringing people together of different backgrounds, different mindsets, and viewing that as a strength to build a better legislative package, a better solution to a problem. So that's really what motivated me to join.
So you all have been in the mix, right in the middle of some pretty consequential debates, beginning with infrastructure. The Problem Solvers Caucus really played a lead role in helping develop this bill. But there's been a lot more than that. And so Congressman Gottheimer, maybe you could talk about, when you look back, and you've been with the caucus for several years, what do you think are the biggest achievements the caucus has had?
Well, there are a lot, so I can't go over all of them now. But from things like fighting to get rid of the Cadillac tax, or eliminating the medical device tax, which are or fighting to get the Women's Museum on the mall, things that you'd consider not front page issues, but really important, to changing the rules of the House of Representatives to encourage more bipartisan governing, and to make it so that actually the members have more control over things when representing their districts versus just leadership telling you what to do. And most recently, we were in the midst of and helped negotiate at the end of last year the COVID package, which was $900 billion, which was bipartisan. We worked on with in the House and the Senate, Democrats and Republicans all coming together. That included resources for the vaccine, to another round of PPP for small businesses to help them. It was really historic. We worked with the Trump administration, got that signed into law at the end of December. And then, as you pointed out, most recently, starting back in April, at the governor's mansion in Maryland, with Democrats and Republicans, House and Senate, sitting around the table, working on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which passed out of the Senate in early August with 69 votes, 19 Republicans and all 50 Democrats. Just gives you a sense of some of the things we've been in the middle of. Well, I'll tell you, no matter what it is, whether it's immigration or healthcare, or things related to China, we're in the middle of it. And, that's why I couldn't ask for a better partner than Brian, because really the way this works is us listening to the members and seeing what they want to work on. And then Brian and I doing our best to try to help bring the folks together and get it done.
Congressman Fitzpatrick, I want to just ask you to talk in a little more detail. Congressman Gottheimer just mentioned there how you were at the governor's mansion. That's Larry Hogan. He's the No Labels co-chair in the spring to help start developing some of the ideas for this bipartisan infrastructure proposal. There were House members there. There were Senate members there. I don't know that people quite appreciate how unusual that is in Washington for how legislation might actually come together. Can you just talk a little bit about that? What it was like being there, but also why that is in fact so unusual for House and Senate members to be collaborating like you have been with some of your Senate colleagues.
Yeah, it's a fascinating question, Ryan, and it's to the credit of No Labels that event even occurred. And it's to the credit of No Labels that we have the relationships we do with our Senate colleagues. It should be the case, you're right. Why hasn't it been in the past? I would say it's probably because people get so consumed within their own chamber because there's so much activity and so much going on, and you're so laser-like focused on getting a piece of legislation across the finish line in your own chamber. And then once it's out, you kind of, the normal way of thinking is it's now the other chamber's job to get the job done, and you move on to the next piece of legislation. The mindset has shifted now to build those bicameral relationships with our Senate colleagues and also our colleagues in the state governor's mansions. And that's why I thought that event was so significant. It was so important. And by the way, it manifested in the bipartisan infrastructure framework which passed the Senate with 69 votes. That's the way it's supposed to work. So I think Exhibit A of both what works and what doesn't work in DC, Ryan, is the passage of the infrastructure plan, which, as you mentioned, started as an idea in Governor Holy's residence. That's what works in Congress, and that's what we were a part of. And what doesn't work in Congress is the fact that that bipartisan bill did pass, but still has not been brought up for a vote because of people in leadership who are not members of the Problem Solvers Caucus. So I think the benefits of our caucus are on full display right now.
So, Congressman, I want to just both of you and Congressman Gottheimer, I know you got to leave us shortly. I've been looking at polls for years that show a majority of the public really does want their elected officials to work with the other party. And certainly that's true with this infrastructure bill. You look at the polling, how popular it is. 70% of the country wants it passed, and they want it passed now. Why is it then so hard to actually do it, for all of you to work together? If this is in fact what the public wants, in general, in regards to this specific bill, talk about some of the factors that make that so hard. Congressman Gottheimer, maybe you can talk about that a bit.
Well, I mean, I think Brian was just alluding to it. It's in the case of infrastructure where we've waited 30 plus years to get a bipartisan bill, to get any bill on roads, bridges, tunnels, water infrastructure, transit and trains. This bill includes broadband and helping to fight climate change with more resource for climate resiliency. Right, it has so many of the things that we've been fighting for so long, Democrats and Republicans, and wanting to come together about. And as Brian said, it came out of the Senate with 69 votes, passed the old-fashioned way, Democrats and Republicans working together. And obviously we worked closely together to help shape that in the House, Brian and I with our colleagues. But then it's been waiting in the House, and part of it in issue is where there's another bill that some of my colleagues want to hold up the infrastructure bill to get passed until that one gets passed. That's called reconciliation. Many things in there that I support and I think are important as well. I just don't believe, while I support the reconciliation package, I don't believe that we should hold up any other piece of legislation for it, that these bills should be separate and considered separately. But you also, listen, there's a lot of politics that come in, obviously on our side, but also, and Brian, I'm sure I'll tell you on the Republican side, right? I mean, I wish there had been 50 Republicans saying when we were considering voting on that bill in the House that they were eager to vote for it, but leadership over there doesn't want to give the president a win. So there's lots of factors that come into play, and Brian working incredibly hard to bring as many people to the table to support it. So there's you're always I'm fighting headwinds and Brian fights headwinds, and the extreme voices from the wings are loud. And they have cable news and social media, and they do quite a bit of in my opinion, obstruction and prevent things that are good legislation from going through because of their politics. And so you're always battling against that. And what Brian and I do is tough, as well as the caucus, because working across the aisle isn't celebrated the way it should be, in my opinion. We're here to govern, not to entertain. That's, we believe, our job. And we're not here to just put out tweets. We're here to pass a bill and to help people and to fight for our districts. And that should be the number one priority, to put country over party. But sometimes these other forces just get in the way.
Congressman Fitzpatrick, any thoughts from you just on those forces that are always pulling you apart, even when you all are trying to bring things together?
Yeah, the forces in politics are strongly on the fringes of politics. That's where the majority of money is in fundraising. That's where the majority of volunteerism is. That's where the majority of protesting is. They are the ones that get fired up. They're the people that are driven by ideological purity rather than the concept of compromise. Psychologists can study the underpinnings of that far better than I can. I can only tell you that that's the case. And as Josh pointed out, social media is largely driven by the fringes. Cable news is largely driven by the fringes. Fundraising emails are largely driven by, who can come up with the most outrageous language, saying the world's going to end tomorrow. And that's what we're up against. Being a moderate, being a centrist, being a bipartisan pragmatist is not easy to do in politics today, but it should be easy because that's what the majority of people want. So it's a very complicated situation, Ryan, but we're doing what we believe is right. We pay a heavy price politically. Our left and right ribs are broken every day. especially in this climate that we're in right now. There's a lot of bullying that goes on. It can be challenging for sure, but when you believe in a cause, you fight through it because you know what you're doing is right and you know that the country needs this right now. And for those people that love our country, which we all do, this is what we have to be fighting for. When you're given the unique opportunity to be one of 435 voices determining the direction of the United States of America, you have to view that as a very solemn responsibility. You have to conduct yourself in a way that's becoming of that high office and that high honor. And as Josh said, that's being a legislator, that's not being an entertainer. Getting bills passed rather than constantly putting messaging out to increase one's own profile. Our caucus doesn't get a lot of attention. It should get a lot more. And that's part of the responsibility of me and Josh is to make sure we do.
Well, look, I want to give you both a chance just for a closing thought here. You both just talked about a lot of the challenges you're up against. Congressman Gottheimer, let's end on a hopeful note here. I mean, given the summer we've had and how much fighting there continues to be over this infrastructure bill, over everything else, I mean, what is it that you could tell this audience to give them some hope that maybe we can find our way through this? Maybe we can get this bill passed. Maybe we can pass some other things together.
We
Democrats.
will, and we will, Ryan. And like the hopeful note is that we're actually smack in the middle of all this. That you've got reasonableness and common sense that ultimately will prevail. You know, you've got to you hit some bumps along the way. That's the way it is. But the fact is, here in the greatest country in the world, reason will prevail. And I believe that at my core, and that's why we get up every day and still fight the good fight, because we've got to get infrastructure done. We've got to get it across the finish line in a bipartisan way. And when we do, it'll be a huge accomplishment, just like the significant bipartisan accomplishment of the COVID package at the end of the year was, right? I mean, and look at how we handled COVID as a country. All in all, every bill but one, 5 of them, were all bipartisan. We came together in the middle, because we had to, in the middle of a huge pandemic. And look at how well our country has, we're not out of the woods yet, but look how well our country has done, given the headwinds that we faced in the middle of that pandemic. And it just tells you we can come together and we can do it. We just people have to understand that, and our legislators have to understand that that's what they're there for. I've got Brian faced the same thing. I'm about to face a protest from the Oath Keepers. And I have another protest that's apparently marching down the road here momentarily from the far left that's opposing me. They're both opposing me on the same bill. And so, it just shows you that the wings are loud, but at the end of the day, 70% of the country stands with us about getting things done, and that's our mission, and we will. So thank you so much for having me, and I'm very grateful.
Thanks, Congressman Gottheimer, for joining us. And Congressman Fitzpatrick, just a few final thoughts from you.
Yeah, thanks to No Labels for providing us with a support network that otherwise would not exist. We greatly appreciate it. And we're going to keep doing what we're doing because we believe in it and we know our country needs it. And it's important to remember a couple of things. Number one, we live in a very small world that's getting smaller every day. Number two, we live in a very dangerous world that unfortunately is getting more dangerous every day. And third, we're a very young country. The United States of America is only 245 years old. And yet, we are the world's oldest democracy. 245 years is only a few generations, and yet we are the oldest democracy on planet Earth. What should that tell us all? That democracy and freedom are very fragile concepts. And democracy and freedom can only be preserved when you conduct oneself in the way that Josh and I preach and the way Josh and I practice, the way that our caucus works. That's the only thing that preserves democracy. So it really boils down to whether we're going to save our country or not. And that's why it's very personal to us. That's why we're very passionate about it. And that's why we fight the fight that we fight every day. We get protested on both sides, and they're getting nastier. They're not getting nicer. But that's why we do what we do. That's why we persevere, because we know, not only do we believe in what we're doing, but we know what the stakes are. The stakes are incredibly high because we literally view our country at stake right now.
Well, Congressman, thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for being us. Same thing with you, Congressman Gottheimer. Been an amazing conversation. Wish you all the best of luck here. We know you're up against so much here with the infrastructure bill. and everything else. But you're fighting the good fight, and hopefully we will get a win here for the country. So thank you all for joining us. Thank the both of you for coming.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Ryan.
Hope you all are enjoying your food. We're moving back to live now, and we ask you to really have a listen to this. Next up, we have a powerhouse conversation on Black entrepreneurship. I'm excited to introduce three guys who know what they're talking about. Grammy Award-winning record and entertainment executive Amir Wyndham, co-founder and CEO of The Gathering Spot, Ryan Wilson, and Black Enterprise Editor-in-Chief, Derek Dingle.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here and to host this Hope Global Forum's luncheon plenary session on If You Build It, the Power of Black Entrepreneurship. I wish I was there live, but in this era, of innovation, we're doing this in hybrid fashion. Let me first thank my good friend John Hope Bryant and his incredible team for developing such a powerful and vital program as the Hope Global's Forum. Let's give him and his team a round of applause. So, as the #1 digital media brand with more than 8 million monthly unique visitors, Black Enterprise continues to celebrate and elevate Black entrepreneurship. Given the challenges and permutations of the past year, our platforms and the platforms of entrepreneurs like Ryan and Amir are more needed now more than ever. Before we get into our conversation, I wanted to put this conversation in context with a few stats. Recent Block Advisors study revealed that 53% of Black owners have reported their company's revenues have dropped by half or more since the beginning of the pandemic versus 37% of their white counterparts. We further reported that another poll revealed that Black entrepreneurs are more likely to have laid off employees and have 58% see that their financial health is at risk. But with the slew of corporate pledges, we, in response to historic patterns of racial discrimination, vigorous Black business growth and development is needed, not only to advance our communities and institutions of color, but to strengthen our nation as a whole. And in fact, a recent McKinsey and Company study found that achieving revenue parity between Black-owned and white-owned businesses could add an estimated $290 billion, yes, billion with a B, to our economy. So having said that, I'd like to, for Ryan, who is the CEO of the Gathering Spot, fantastic innovative model, as well as Amir, to share their business models and how they pivoted during the pandemic. Ryan, let's start with you.
Okay. Well, first, it's an honor to be back. I just love being able to see people again in settings like this. A little bit about the Gathering Spot. So I started the business out of my apartment in Washington, D.C. with a simple idea of creating a space where people could come together. So there's really two ways to understand what we do at TGS. The first way is through space. We have event space where we've hosted every type of event that you can imagine. We have a restaurant and bar that's open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and chef-driven. And then we have workspace. I've long maintained, though, and this is going before the pandemic, that the business that we were actually in was the community business. Our youngest member is 21, the oldest is 89. We bring together people from all walks of life in the cities that we operate in. You will find creatives, entrepreneurs, those that work for some of the largest companies in the world, all spending time with one another. I like to say, if you come to our restaurant during lunch, you'll see suits and ties sitting next to t-shirts and jeans, and that's actually what we want to happen. We think the magic happens when those folks meet each other. So our work consists of activating that group day to day, and we're in the process of building gathering spots across the country.
That's powerful. And before I go to Amir, when you started the Gathering Spot, was the intention to create this connection across the country with these different, to foster collaboration, networking, to, in some cases, drive Black business development?
It was. I mean, so I had the idea in the wake of Trayvon Martin's death and George Zimmerman's trial for his murder. After he was acquitted, I got an email from some friends that said, what are we going to do? And I said, we need a space to be able to tackle this issue, but really any other issue that we think is important within the community. So the idea of having the conversation in multiple cities, but then also having many different types of conversations has always been at the core of how we've thought about the work.
Okay. Well, Amir, share with us your business model. You have worked with some of the most powerful artists in the country, from Bruno Mars to Kanye West, and you've also helped drive some of the leading brands in the world, whether you're talking about Coca-Cola, Kodak. Share with us your business model, how your business model has changed due to the pandemic, or has it changed during the pandemic, and where do you see your entrepreneurial efforts going forward?
Yeah, so thanks for having me here, and I appreciate you guys being here while you're eating, which smells amazing. Can't wait to partake. But I've had a very interesting career thus far. I've worked in many sectors on the entertainment side, from obviously being a record executive and on the film and TV side as a producer, and then and a music supervisor and a marketing guy. And so what I've learned is the only way to survive in the entertainment business, you have to continuously defeat yourself, right? And you have to defeat yourself because in our business, I remember I wrote a song called Happy with Pharrell Williams. And I remember we won a Grammy for it, and right after that, we're at the after party, and they're like, Amir, congrats on the Grammy. What's next? I'm like, dang, I can't even enjoy this moment. I gotta think about what's next already. But that's the nature of our business, it's creativity. I think in the pandemic especially, it put the importance of creatives on the front lines. And I've always wondered with companies, even when I was working at Atlantic Records, I remember thinking, like, when budget cuts came, they typically started cutting out the creatives, the people who created new products, new marketing campaigns, things that would drive attention to our brand and our products. But I think now a lot of people see and value the importance of creativity as a whole, and I think that's one simple model. But we had to get very disruptive to a certain extent too. We in the entertainment biz, especially on the music side, one of our problems is there's an oversaturation of content. There's just so much music out there in the world, and so what we had to do was honestly go back to some of the old school tactics of, as an A&R, who plays instruments, who can actually sing, who can actually dance. And so it really was reverting backwards to a certain extent to look at how Berry Gordy and Quincy Jones, what their mentality was when they were trying to stand out in kind of a world where African Americans, especially on the music side, were not heard. They weren't respected as much. They weren't getting the big budgets. And so we kind of had to, I went back and looked, I watched Motown. I watched a lot of different things that kind of inspired me to put me in the mentality of what do I do when there's too much, and what it really took me back to was just the creativity. So even with Black News Channel, I helped launch a TV network called Black News Channel, where we're the world's first 24-hour live news and original programming major TV network that is focused for African Americans. And we've since grown. We launched in the pandemic. We launched in February of 2019. Well, we launched in February 2019, but before our business could really boom, the pandemic happened. So I mean, we were shaking in our boots. But again, we had to get creative. We had to produce a lot of content to draw people in. So now we're up to 80 million homes. And I can tell you the easiest thing that we did was really focus on the creativity. That's the business model that we had to change.
Well, I agree with that, Amir. Creativity is actually, the power of Black entrepreneurship. We've always had to make something, from, very little, or sometimes, just from scratch. And then also, in addition to you looking at the old school, Black enterprise, doubled down on digital technology. In fact, we, no longer engage in a regular print publication. All of our content is virtual content, whether you're talking about the content that we have on our website and the series of virtual conferences and summits and programming that we developed last year. And we've enjoyed more sponsorship than we have, pre-COVID. And it also created a more profitable model for us. So as we go forward, Black businesses need to take these lessons as they're restructuring their business models. Really want to shift real quickly. You talked about corporate America. Over the last year, we've seen these corporate pledges in terms of support of Black business development. From your perch, do you say that these pledges have are effective? Does more have to be done? How do you see this working for the business owners that come to the gathering spot, Ryan?
I think like anything, it's about execution, right? So it was good that a lot of energy was put into a conversation that we needed to have last year, but we've got to make sure that we fulfill the promises that we discussed. We're not there, right? And I think that if we don't keep our eye squarely focused on the goals that we actually want to accomplish, one of my favorite quotes is, do you really want to win or look good losing? And I think that that's the question that we have to ask with all of this work. Do we really want to win? What does that take? Or are we comfortable with looking good losing in this space? I think too often when it comes to diversity and inclusion conversations, we've been comfortable looking good losing, right? And so in order for us to have this moment be a little bit different than times in the past, the things that it takes to win have to be continuously the things that we are highlighting and pushing to actually make real examples and things that are tangible.
In this context, Amir, what does winning look like in terms of, the pledges, to address past racial inequities and provide opportunities? How does winning look from your vantage point in terms of, the corporate pledges and African American businesses engaging in doing business with corporations as we go forward?
I think the win is not being limited by money. I think we, sometimes, and I mean, I'm the guy who gets calls by corporations to say, hey, we want to do something for an HBCU and we want you to facilitate the partnership. And I tell them early on, the money's not enough. Thank you for the check, but at the same time, if you want to really create a partnership with us, find something we got to figure out something that's going to be consistent, ongoing. And the check isn't it. We checks are the easiest thing you can write, but what you can give us is your time. You can give us, your resources, your partnerships. And so a lot of times, I've been in the mix with a lot of these big announcements of money. I've helped push a lot of business towards a lot of HBCUs, but the one thing that on the corporate side I said is, look, we have to create a partnership. And so I can help you meet your goals as a corporation, but also we need to make sure that there's something ongoing that's tangible for these HBCUs so that in 20 years we're not, having to do a fundraiser because, we're struggling to make ends meet. And then the other side, like Ryan said, is holding our institutions accountable too. That's one side of it as well, that it has to just be a viable partnership. And I think that's it. It's just not limiting the partnerships to just, hey, cut us a check, thank you. Because there's so much more power and resources. And one thing I've done I went to FAMU, and what I've done with HBCUs is I'll speak, right? But I always meet with the president and I say, hey, having me come here and speak for an hour is cool. Hopefully the students were inspired while I was there, but likely not. So how can we figure out from an ongoing way that I can come back or bring some of my resources or ideas here to create long-term, sustainability and partnership? And I think that's the same model I've taken to corporations, and I encourage all of us to do. It's really just a matter of the word consistency.
Yeah, I think both of you hit on something in terms of winning. It's the partnerships. When we look at what Operation Hope is doing with Shopify in terms of driving 1 million Black businesses, in terms of the accelerators that have been developed, in terms of financial institutions like JP Morgan Chase, which is one of the sponsors of this event, that has worked with Black-owned banks and community development financial institutions to provide access to even more capital to Black businesses. And then in terms of our partnership, and I'd like to mention Chase because that's one of the most prominent partnerships, we're a part of their Advancing Black Entrepreneurs Consortium, which is a part of Advancing Black Pathways. And in that partnership, we share with them those things that need to be done to fortify Black businesses, the challenges that Black businesses face. And then from that, we evolved an ongoing webinar series to help smaller businesses scale up in this environment, pivot in this environment, and gain capital in this environment. But at the same time, we've informed Chase as well as other financial institutions how to connect with Black-owned businesses, which a good number of them don't even use large banks because they feel that they're going to be turned down or turned away for loans. So the partnership requires, one, communications, and that requires active listening. And then also it requires identifying what are the challenges as well as the needs of Black entrepreneurs to serve them. So it's about communication.
Yep.
I know that we're tight on time, but what I'd like to, this is this session is about the power of Black entrepreneurship. And what I'd like you, Ryan, and Amir to share is your power moves. Share a couple of your power moves that will help drive Black businesses forward during this environment as we're on the cusp of a post-pandemic business environment. I'm being extremely optimistic. We will get there. And then what do we need to do to further support or to bring along, the young entrepreneurs that are coming up? And Amir, that refers to some of the entrepreneurs that will hail from some of our great HBCUs. So I'm going to start with Ryan, and then Amir, why don't you chime in?
Well, thank you for letting me go first. Earlier, he said I wrote a little song called Happy, and I was like...
That's old, man. It's an old song.
I was like,
Nobody even thinks about that song anymore.
So I'll get my answer out of the way. I think that we have to just stay squarely focused on what's possible with Black-owned businesses. We saw last year, again, a lot of conversation about all of the negative things that were happening in the community, but I work in a space where I see the possibility each and every day about what happens when businesses have the opportunity and the resources to scale. There is no magic bullet here. I mean, I think to Amir's point, it took us a while to get in this situation. It's going to take us a while to get out, right? And so the idea that one check or one session is going to get us to the place that we need to be isn't the way that we should look at it. But, right, we should continue to talk about this issue with all of the optimism that really should exist. And again, that sounds simple, but if you look at the way that we have this conversation most of the time, to me, it feels really negative on all ends, right? It feels like the businesses will never have the opportunity to scale. I don't buy that. And if you're talking about power moves, I don't know. I mean, I'm in the community business, and I'm fortunate to work with a lot of good people that have helped our business now work nationwide on bringing people together. And so if that's a power move, I'm proud to say that I get to do that work. But moreover, I think that it's exciting each and every day to watch the companies that we work with, hire their first person, hire their first 100 people, and then come back to tell the story. That is actually what's happening with Black-owned businesses, and we have to continue to highlight that.
Okay. That's a great segue. Orion, I'll tell you, the gathering spot is a power move, brother.
Thank you.
Big time power move. I literally was thinking about you last night because I was like, I wonder how, I'm sure people ask you this afterwards, but just how long it took you to develop this idea that's so much bigger than a business. It's literally like you created a community organization where people can gather, and we'll talk about that offline, but I really was thinking about you last night. So as far as, I think a key part of, when we talk about power moves, I'll tell you the biggest power move that I make all the time is sitting on an airplane and talking to the person I'm next to. Why is that a power move? Because a lot of times I'm a Delta guy. A lot of times the person I'm sitting next to doesn't look like me. We're from completely different backgrounds. And I speak with them to understand them as a human. And then I speak, so a lot of my conversations with them have nothing to do with business initially. So this is a power move because what happens is a good friend of mine, Joseph Chipotle, who's the chief marketing officer at Coca-Cola, he and I met on an airplane. And our relationship became close because we were able to create a safe space to have a conversation about very touchy things. We were talking about race. We were talking about the inequalities in the African-American community. And so what he did was he said, Amir, I'm interested in seeing how I can help you. So flipping that back to, Ryan is a good example of that. Ryan is using his power. He's executing his purpose and not his power. And I think that's the key part is, we use our platforms to extend power to others. And I think that's the greatest power move out there. It's just how you continue to add value to the people around you. And I think that's obviously what this forum is for, is to continue to add value, but we have to be open-minded to one another. I think that's a key to understand each other and kind of help kill some of the racial divide, is just talking to people that don't look like you, that don't have the same background, having a mentality to help. I really think that's a very power move in our business that we don't talk about as much. And I think that's been a very key power move of mine, is just kind of not seeing color sometimes and just seeing people as humans.
Yeah, I think it's, as both of you said, it's bringing together like minds with a shared vision, but can complement one another with different skill sets. It's about building our ecosystem. It's about creating new models for financing and new models for partnership, so we can scale up, which is very important, so we can have an impact on Black employment, our communities, and as well as wealth building efforts. So I know we're out of time. This is great conversation. I've enjoyed spending the time that I have with both of you, Ryan and Amir, and look forward to us having a sequel, hopefully in the form of content on blackenterprise.com. And at this point, I'd just like to share with everyone that the power of Black entrepreneurship has been discussed. It's one of creativity, innovation, partnership, and it's also one of keeping lines of communications open across our communities, across generations, and across institutions. So I'd like to thank both Ryan and Amir for being a part of this session, and we look forward to a dynamic conference over the next day and a half that will further inform how we can move Black businesses, Black communities, Black institutions forward as we seek to close the wealth gap.
And Derek, next time you have to promise that you're going to come here. It's not as fun with you on a screen. I'm just going to be honest with you.
You
look good, though.
You're right, Ryan. It's this screen thing is old, but I will be at the gathering spot. We've had a great time there, but Next time I will be on spot, in person, up close and personal.
All right.
Gonna do.
Thank you.
Yo.
Thank you for having us.
All right. We've got more entertainment coming up, actually more information. Thank you again, gentlemen. I'm very pleased to introduce glasses. Our next guest, the CEO of Experian North America. Do you all know about Experian? If you got a good credit score, you really need to know about Experian, okay? Mr. Craig Boundy, and he's joined by our CEO and founder, John Hope Bryant. Let's not forget him. All right.
Hello, everybody. Hey, oh my God. You got your black t-shirt on? Is that virtual? Is that a real shirt?
It's a real shirt.
I love it. I just might make you an honorary black man.
Well, look at my background as well. Like you see that for our mental health campaign.
I love it. I mean, I'm not often shocked, or I love the sweatshirt. I mean, that's hot. By the way, this is the this is the CEO. I love my life. This is the CEO of Experian North America. The CEO. He's wearing a black Experian hoodie. Maybe it doesn't affect you like it affected me. I even forgot which place to sit at. Good to have you with me, my friend. Thank you for being with us.
Great to be here.
Yeah.
Great to be here.
So first of all, that accent that I love so much. Are you from England, or did you just live in Europe? What's the roots?
No, I'm from England originally. People always want to know where I'm from. I keep a family home in London, and it's where the Ted Lasso TV show was filmed. So that seems to be a good cultural reference for everybody at the moment. That seems to work. But actually, this hoodie that I'm wearing was sent to me actually by the Experian team over in the UK, who had these amazing black and Experian hoodies made, and that seemed like an ideal thing to wear today. And then I've got the virtual background, or rather forget my hand the right way, celebrating our campaign we've had for helping people cope with mental health issues at work.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I just love that you're just so comfortable wearing it. I mean,
sure, why not?
It tickles my soul. It's great. No, yeah, absolutely. You're not shying away from the issues that face us today. And you have not only not shied away from those issues as we spoke. So for those of you who are unaware, let me explain to you the business he's in, which has expanded in the last decade or so, but people don't understand what a credit bureau is. So there are, and Craig, you correct me here if I get this incorrect, there are 3 major credit bureaus in the United States. Experian, then you have Equifax and TransUnion, and then you've got sub-bureaus or other bureaus, and you have CoreLogic and others that provide unique data. And these bureaus house all of your credit information for which, and then there are overlays like FICO, which is like a formula, is like the menu you use to cook the soup or something. And those things are baked into credit decisions by banks and other, by the way, now it's almost everybody. Half of employers in this country require a credit check before they'll hire you. Did you know that? Half. And you can't get a cell phone today without them checking your credit. Rent a house, rent an apartment, they check your credit. So Craig, initially you guys started off as a reservoir, sort of passive reservoir I'm making a statement, but you're going to correct me if I'm wrong, of information. And now you're more of a technology company increasingly, data and analytics. Am I getting this right, Craig?
I think you're doing a great job, John. You know, it's obviously the next career for you right here. But I think the really important thing for us today is we're the custodians of people's financial identities.
Yeah.
Like we hold the information about everybody in the audience. And it's something that if you know more about how it works, there are actually things you can do to influence how well we understand you, and therefore the outcomes and the services that you can get. You know, the financial education and literacy has really become a core part of who we are and what we do. And that's why it's so important to be part of Operation Hope.
Yes, and in full disclosure, Craig is on our global board of advisors, and they are a signature member of Financial Literacy for All, which we launched this year as a new civil rights movement for this country to embed this into the business plans of companies, communities, and organizations. And ultimately, our goal is the government of this country. So Craig is part of that leadership. And let's get into the meat of this, Craig. You and I have partnered on a couple important initiatives. I want you to drill down on them. But one of the things that we've recently partnered on, and I want the audience now to participate. We've recently partnered on something that it's called a Hope Financial Wellness Index. That's the official title. I call it a Hope 700 Credit Score Index unofficially. So you can go on your phone, your iPad, whatever you have right now, and this is all powered by Experian. They provide all the data for free for what you're about to experience. You can go on to either my Operation Hope website. You don't need to do that. Just type in, I think, Hope Credit Index. It should come up. Or Hope Financial Wellness Index more formally. But you type in Hope Credit Index. It should come up on your phone or whatever. It should be now a website that has a map. And you type in either the state or the city, and we're going to show you what your credit score is for the state or the city. And you'll notice that the poorest state in America, which happens to be Mississippi, also has the lowest credit score of any state in America. You'll find that cities that have the highest GDP, gross domestic product, have, the highest credit score. You'll find that places like where George Floyd was murdered, that city, or that zip, by the way, Elaine Hungenberg on my team is going to the next level, which is zip codes. You'll find when you get down to the zip code level, you'll find that most of the unfortunate shootings by police of blacks and George Floyd's murder happened in 500 credit score neighborhoods. So we're finding that social justice is an overlay. Social justice can be achieved through an economic lens, but if you want to understand the nature of social justice, also unpack the economics. It's not about the credit score, it's about the trending indicators of hope, well-being, engagement, belief, trust, all these intangibles which are tracking, oddly enough, in direct parallel to credit scores. Here in Atlanta, Craig, the credit score, I believe, for Atlanta is around 675, but that is, if you look at that, that's tracking Alpharetta, which is one of the wealthier areas at, I think that's more like 740 credit score, is my guess. And then it's also tracking, I'm not gonna pick on a neighborhood, but a poor area of greater Atlanta that might be 520 credit score. And it's blending those two things and giving you an average credit score in this example of 675. So what you wanna do is get that average credit score up. And I believe that, I know there's never been a riot in a 700 credit score neighborhood in America's history. It's just never happened. 700 credit score neighborhoods go shopping, they don't riot. That was funny, but you'll get that later. But 500 credit score neighborhoods are where you see this: a check casher, next to a payday loan lender, next to a rent-to-own store, next to a title lender, next to a lawn shop and a pawn shop, next to this is where, unfortunately, predators proliferate. And I just think it's so cool that you guys have armed us with this data, that I can now go from city to city and soon zip code to zip code and tell any leader in this country that the nature of their health, which is triggered by the nature of their financial well-being, and how to get, in other words, it tracks. If you increase that credit score, you'll increase overall well-being, job creation, small business creation, entrepreneurship, two-parent households, stable families, communities at work, shootings go down, and hope goes up. Craig, why did you do this?
John, I mean, it's such a great lead in. Look, as a company, I said at the beginning, we have the ability to know and understand lots of information about individuals and help people make smart decisions. But your point's right. When you look at the social consequence of poorer neighborhoods versus more well-off neighborhoods, you can see the absolute difference. And there are things that each of us can do about it. There are real things that we can do to improve the financial literacy in neighborhoods. That's where you guys do such incredible work in helping people learn and understand what it is they can do. But there are really tangible things that everybody in the audience can do to improve their own financial identity. And let me just give you two. As a company, we win a lot of awards, and some of them are really nice, and some of them are particularly special. Last week, Fortune named us to their 2021 Change the World list for an idea and a product that some of you might see occasionally on the television because the commercials feature John Cena, the actor, wrestler, and a big purple cow. And a lot of people seem to know the big purple cow that we feature in often in football games and other things. And the product is called Experian Boost. Yeah. And it's really simple. It does exactly what it says. It lets you increase your credit score. Now, think about that with the lead in that John, you just gave us. The better the credit score of a neighborhood, the more effective it is as part of our society, the less bad things that go on, put simply. Each of us can use Experian Boost to put information on our credit file and get a direct increase. So it's free. It takes less than 2 minutes. And even Fortune think it's an idea that could be part of changing the world. Why wouldn't we be part of that?
So my wife, Shatra, could go on to your app and add her utility bills or some credit source where she's paying, but that doesn't show up on your credit report. Did you guys know that utility bills are not factored in your credit score? Did you know that rent is not factored in your credit score? It doesn't show up. And so what they're doing is giving you an ability here with Boost to be your own advocate. And if you need help with that, Hope Financial coaches in our 180 locations are glad to assist you with that. So that's Boost, and I think it's a very credible product. You probably are not in a position to talk about, I'm gonna come back to the index, I'm not walking past that, but I got a call from your people last week, and they asked me some questions, and I gave them. We can talk about it. Go ahead. We probably can't talk about that right now, I know, but there's something juicy coming.
I don't mind, John. Listen, we're amongst friends.
Okay.
We're amongst friends, so.
All right.
So
well, you're about to hear something that I try to give you a way out. You're about to hear something that no one knows about, that they've been cooking up at Experian. They called me for my advice. I gave them some constructive criticism to make it better, I thought. But I really believe it's potentially a game changer for a segment of the American population. I do think they need to do a little bit more to enhance it, but it's directionally quite smart. Craig, over to you.
Well, thanks, John. And we always appreciate the advice because making our products really easy to use, but most importantly, usable by the communities that need them is important. And so we always appreciate the support and critiques from you there.
You guys have got it. You got it handled.
Think about it like this. John's got the wellness index up there. Well, in order to make a difference to the wellness index, you have to have a credit report, and you have to have a credit score, and you have to have a financial identity. Once you've got one, you can use Experian Boost to improve it. You can use the great financial education and literacy work from Operation Hope, you can become your own advocate. But if you don't have a financial identity, you're kind of stuck. And to know how to do something about that is really difficult. And it's been a problem that we've been worrying about and trying to address for a long period of time. And I think we found a way to do it. In fact, we've been cooking up, as John put it, a great product last week. And it's easy if I give you a story because it makes it come to life. So last week, Yasmin, who's a young adult from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, went on as part of our trial and registered via our mobile app, downloaded our new app, and she had no financial identity at all.
So she didn't exist?
Invisible.
From a credit?
Doesn't exist.
Credit
invisible.
Okay.
In less than 2 minutes, went through a process that we've built up and created a credit file.
A what?
Not only did she create a credit file, she got a credit score. And now went from the morning not being in the mainstream financial ecosystem of banking products in the US to joining that system. That young adult will now contribute to increasing the credit score of the neighborhood and improving the financial wellness index. So not only can you improve by being your own advocate with Boost, but people that don't exist can go from being invisible to visible. Think about that. That is truly what we can all work on together to bring more hope to neighborhoods and communities.
And as a practical matter, Craig, let's break this down. My friend Tim Burt is in here somewhere, and he would say he's from the country in I think Alabama. His family would say, let's put it where the goats can get it, is a phrase from the South. Let's put it so low where everybody can reach it. So let's break this down so even I understand it. How does this work? In a practical matter, this product.
Yeah.
So my sister
really
or me,
easily.
go ahead.
So you need a couple of things. You need a social security number.
Okay.
And you need some kind of identification that we can scan. Driver's license, something like that. Some kind of state identity, something.
Passport, driver's license, something.
Anything
State
like that
ID.
that you could take a picture of and scan. And you need some kind of access to the internet, cell phone, computer, something that gets you on the internet. You go on, we check you are who you say you are. So you put your name, your address, then we check your social security. So we make sure you are who you say you are.
Yep.
Then we take a scan, a photograph of the identity document.
Which you can do from your phone.
Do it from your phone. You can do it from a camera like the one I'm using on this computer, something that lets you take a photo. We validate that. We use some of our clever technology to validate that. And that's it. Hey, presto, you're done.
How long does that take?
In the financial system.
How long does that take?
I tell people those kind of products can never take more than 2 minutes. I think this takes about a minute.
Wow, a minute. And how many people in this country, Craig, are invisible, credit invisible?
Well, I think that's often a number that people argue about. It's certainly tens of millions. Certainly tens of millions of people.
Tens of millions. And so if you know somebody out here who is credit impaired, they need to come to Operation Hope. They need to use, at the very least, products like the Boost product that they have engineered. If you live in a neighborhood that's got social challenges, you need to get down to get your credit score for your city and go advocate with your mayor to get a campaign to get that credit score up. Try to get down to the zip code level so you understand how your zip code is doing versus the zip code of the city, the area right next to you. I think you'll be stunningly surprised. And then for those who you know who don't exist to the financial system, you don't have to wait for somebody else to empower you anymore. Now you can do it by yourself. Of your phone camera, an ID. Try to remember these things. Help me out here. What is the third thing?
Social security.
Social security number.
That's it.
An internet connection. But you can do it on
internet. You
can have a mobile connection also, right?
Yeah.
With a
any way you can connect to the internet. Cell phone, mobile connection, computer, it doesn't matter. And John, you know, because you're part of the family, you're getting a bit of a sneak preview here. There's a couple more weeks to go till this hits the mainstream, but the audience here matters as an important, and I wanted you to know about something like this because these are things that make a difference to millions and millions of people.
We're sitting in a moment in history, you guys, but history does not feel historic when you're sitting in it. It just feels like another day, but that doesn't mean the moment is not historic. Social justice through an economic lens. Here was a sneak peek from one of the most important CEOs of one of the most important companies that guides your life because it guides your credit in the world. Please say thank you to my friend Craig and Experian. And please log on to the Hope Credit Index. You might be surprised. Craig, thank you so much. And send me a hoodie.
I'm going to send you one, John. It's on its way.
All right. Love you, man.
Take care.
You don't have to know how to make a TikTok video, but you do have to be ready to take back your life. Visit operationhope.org.
We can see our guest in waiting. We're very excited to welcome a new guest. He is co-founder and CEO of a company that is transforming how people invest. Pay attention. Investments are so important. Please welcome from Robinhood, and we've heard a lot about you in the past year, Mr. Vlad Tenev.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Hey, Vlad, how you doing, man?
John, good to be here. Thanks for having me.
I want the hair. I like the
I've
hair.
been growing it out a little bit.
Yes, yes. That's not just COVID hair. That's cool hair.
Yeah, no, it's probably shorter than it's been during COVID. No, this is more intentional than it might seem.
So something else has been intentional, which has been your desire to democratize, to use your phrase, to democratize finance. And like all disruptors and people who have a pioneering spirit, you've both pleased some people and frustrated and upset others. And I'm sure that you're puzzled by those you frustrated. I think I want people to hear your story. I, like anybody who is trying to positively disrupt our world and open things up, they have to have integrity. They've got to be honest. They've got to mean well for people. And I've taken you guys at your word that you mean everything you say. And thus far, by the way, I just want to say I've seen evidence that they are trying to move in that progressive direction. We've signed, in full disclosure, an investor, they've signed an investor bill of rights that we drafted. Myself and Jay Clayton, the former chairman of the SEC, drafted it. It went through several iterations. It's half financial disclosure, enhanced financial disclosure, and half more financial literacy. And this company, in the midst of going public and in the midst of some criticism, signed up to be the first company to sign this investor bill of rights. And I give you you and your co-founder, buys you a great deal of credit, and your management team for doing that. That was bold. It was audacious. I would argue it's either crazy or courageous. It's crazy if you don't mean it, and it's courageous if you do, but you're not there yet because you couldn't do yet the things that were on the piece of paper in total, but you had committed publicly to getting there. I give you credit for a lot of things, including coming here today. So thank you. Let's unpack a bit of the mystery. People don't understand. I'm sure everybody has heard of Robinhood, right?
Yeah.
Yep, okay, Robinhood Brokerage. They don't understand behind that are two people, you being one of them, who has his own story. And they don't understand where this company came from. They only understand what they see in the press. So why don't you unpack a bit of your own story? last piece of disclosure, and Vlad was not at this particular dinner, but I was with his co-founder, and I said, really, the only real knock I have against you is you grew up in a bubble. That when you are wealthy or whether you're well-to-do, by no fault of your own, you have your own unique experiences, and you may think that you're serving all the needs. You're just seeing the need, but you're actually just serving the needs that you see. That's not a sin. That's not a malicious intent. That's just simply a personal need to expand their lens. And that's why I thought signing the Investor Bill of Rights was so, frankly, cool of you guys to do, because in my view, is you're committing to expand the lens. And I think that I would hope that if you had to create Robinhood all over again, you actually would, knowing now what you knew, knowing then what you now know now, you would have actually embedded financial literacy tools in your initial launch. Talk to us about the spirit and the vision behind Robinhood.
Yeah, well, maybe just to start with my own background, since you mentioned that. So I'm an immigrant. I came to this country from Bulgaria in the early 90s, basically right after the fall of communism in Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
And came from fairly humble beginnings. My parents, who had fairly comfortable lives in Bulgaria, basically started from scratch in the U.S. when we moved over here. So my dad was a graduate student. My mom spent time working in a travel bookstore and in a textile factory, one of the last remaining textile factories on the East Coast, perhaps, and started with living in graduate housing and not really having the means to invest, but really growing alongside my parents and watching them grow. And
yep.
They always emphasized education from an early age. And I think the way that I got interested in this problem of investing is really seeing what the effects were of a weak currency and a poor financial system on my relatives abroad back in Bulgaria. So the mid 90s, Bulgaria went through hyperinflation, and the Bulgarian lev essentially collapsed. So I'd go home and visit them one year, and a burger was 2 levs one year and 2,000 the next year, right?
Yep.
So really, my grandparents' pensions were hit pretty hard, and they didn't have access to high quality investing tools. You were kind of dependent on you were sort of at the whims of the government and the local currency, and they resorted to some pretty drastic measures. They were buying copper cookware from the ports to hold on to the value of their investments. So to some extent, I think we're very privileged in America to have access to comparatively strong currency and access to an amazing form of wealth creation, which the U.S. stock market has been for the past century plus. And going through, I came of age kind of in the late 2000s. I saw the financial crisis. I had a lot of friends who lost their jobs and whose relatives had lost their jobs in 2008 and in the aftermath. And I actually saw, the immense sort of dissatisfaction of young people in particular with the financial system. There were protests worldwide in 2011 and in 2012 around Occupy Wall Street, and a great deal of anger and angst of people saying, this entire system is not working for me. It's built for the wealthy people in this country.
Yep.
And rather than kind of working against it, our view was always, this is a powerful system. We should bring more people in.
Yeah.
And that's really what led to the idea of Robinhood, this idea to democratize finance and actually address the core concern of people feeling like they don't have access to the tools and the technologies that wealthier people and institutions have been using to create wealth for multiple decades.
So you're a billionaire today, but you had bits and bytes growing up, so you understand what struggle looked like coming from Eastern Europe, and you're extraordinarily well off today, thankful to this free enterprise system. And now, if I'm hearing you properly, you want to see other people come up too, as you have. One of the reasons I actually want you to succeed in this venture of yours, and it's not my doing, it's completely on you, but there's only 13% of black people in the stock market.
Yeah, well, I think...
Did you guys, excuse me, did you guys hear what I'm saying? You build wealth in this country through real estate, business, you see what he's done, the stock market, I'm sure there are a couple other areas, technology, but we are not, as a group of people, there's only 13 to 15% of African Americans invested in the stock market, and anybody who can help us do that responsibly and ladder us up responsibly, I want them to win. So does your vision of democratizing capital, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Vlad, I want to make sure that people understood, got the note that of how low our penetration level is for people of color, particularly African Americans. Does your vision of democratizing finance include the left behind, people of color?
It's absolutely the core of what we do. So Robinhood was built from the very beginning to break down barriers. And you can see that in the products that we build. Mm-hmm. So from the very beginning, we had no account minimums. So a lot of other investment platforms required you to have, thousands of dollars before you could start investing. Mm-hmm. And we said from the very beginning, we want to serve people with, if you want to put $5 in your account, you should be able to start investing. So no account minimums, no commissions per trade. And then more recently, fractional shares. So, some of these stocks that represent companies that people would like to invest in are thousands of dollars to buy a single share. And we said, that's not only confusing, but it keeps people out because you have to have thousands of dollars to clear that hurdle. And with fractional shares, you can invest with as little as $1 in a broad range of securities on the platform. So the product itself is built toward lowering the barrier to entry and eliminating it. And of course, you layer on some of the things that we were talking about earlier with the Investors' Bill of Rights. Yep. And the investments in education and guardrails on the platform so that the first timers in particular are in the best possible position to succeed. And I think that's a powerful combination. And you've seen the outputs. I mean, you mentioned the 13% of Black Americans investing. That's actually higher than it was 4 years ago, right? Mm. The investing gap between Caucasians and Blacks and Hispanics has shrunk precipitously, and there's still a long way to go, but it sort of to some extent disguises how bad we were before Robinhood got started. And we're really proud to actually have more than double the industry average of Black and Hispanic investors onto our platform as compared to other brokerages. I think there's a long way to go, but that shows us that the work that we're doing on the education side and in the way that we're building the product is actually having a significant impact in breaking down these barriers.
So Robinhood is in many ways, so you just went public and you're in many ways you're sort of halfway across the lake. You've launched, but you haven't got to the, as they say, the promised land yet. You're halfway across the lake, so it's hard for people to see complete picture of what you see. So I'm going to tell you right now, where is this going to go? Where do you want to see this in 5 years? Where do you want to see the Investor Bill of Rights as part of that? Where do you want to see the company? But I want to say this for everybody watching this online. It's hard to get in somebody else's heart and their head, so I don't do that. But I just sort of take signals on what I see. And I must tell you, The first time I heard from Robinhood, I didn't call them. Their CEO is Dan Gallagher. Sorry, their general counsel is Dan Gallagher. Vlad is the CEO. And Dan called me. I don't know if you know this, Vlad. He called me. Shaitch and I were heading someplace. It was late one night. And he said, this was 2019, late. We've got some issues. There's been somebody on the platform who thought one thing and the reality was something else. And as a result of that, there's some damage in their life. And we feel bad about that. We want to fix this. We need your counsel. They just reached out to me de novo. And I said, I'm not sure I can lean in completely, but tell me more. And they kept coming back and kept coming back. And you hired a senior African-American there, Mary Elizabeth, who I think is brilliant, to be one of your advisors. Another step in the right direction. And it was your initiative to keep pushing the Investor Bill of Rights, not ours. Because I wanted to see if you guys were sincere about it. And I must say, I found you were sincere about it. Why? Why did you sign the Investor Bill of Rights? Why did you reach out to me? You could chill right now. You're independently wealthy. But yet you show up in person yourself here, I mean live virtually, to make it clear what your vision is. And how does this relate to where you want to see the company 5 years from now?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's two things. One is that we're nowhere close to fulfilling our mission. Our mission is to democratize finance for all. And, if you look at it right now, 60% of Americans, not even talking worldwide, but Americans have no investments outside of their retirement accounts.
Wow.
And if you look at the younger Americans, so the 18 to 29-year-olds, almost 70% of them have no money invested whatsoever. And so we've got to close that gap. We'd like to see a world where 90+% of people globally are investors and owners of our global economy. So there's a lot to do. And why do we care about education and transparency and financial literacy? Earlier this year, we took what I thought was a very, very important step, which is framing our values as a company and prioritizing them, and not just kind of sharing them internally and putting posters on the wall, but sharing them externally as well to our customers, and really operationalizing our values so that, I could tell you we're investing, X% of our company in initiatives that relate to each value. So our top value is safety first. I think that might surprise a lot of people. I think when you hear Robinhood, they might think our top value is actually democratization. We want people to have access and participate at all costs. And that's actually not true. I think democratization is clearly important. It's in our name. It's our second value. But the most important thing is to make sure that our customers have the support they need, and especially the first timers have the education and the safeguards and all the tools they need to be in the best possible position to succeed on the platform. And actually, the majority of our initiatives